The blue line then refers to what Eskom has undertaken. So when we benchmark, we do find that we are still within the benchmark of those generation costs. But also again to point out that in the earlier years, there was a lack of capacity and space to do the maintenance, but in the subsequent, especially towards financial year 24-25, and the expectation after then is that, we will be able to reach our, what is called our life of plant plan, and that basically dictates what kind of maintenance needs to be undertaken. And because of Eskom's more sustainable situation due to the debt support, Eskom has been in a situation, as well as because of the technical sort of improvements, this maintenance can be undertaken. And so this is basically the improvement, but then obviously it does come with costs. If we go now to the other operating costs, this again has a similar kind of a theme related to it, and we'll get into some of those details where when we look at an Eskom level, the compounded annual growth rate is at a 6% growth rate. For generation it's 5%, for transmission NTCSA is 1%, and it is a bit higher for distribution. But I think it's also important to understand when we're talking about other operating costs, what are we talking about? And we'd like to submit that these are all, relatively smaller amounts, but each one has a significant and an important role to play. And if the other operating costs are not allowed, then we would need to make decisions on what of these should we not do. So an electricity cost is, Eskom has to pay its own electricity bills as well, and it's going to go up by 36%, so I think that's been catered for. Then you have the service cost, which refers to the plant, equipment, and property. You would have contractor costs, you would have insurance costs, you would have security services, and we have to be able to secure our services, otherwise, we will not be able to provide those services. Software updates are absolutely critical because we are so IT dependent from a system point of view as well as from a customer point of view. And then we go to something like travel and subsistence. It is mainly for those people that go out there into various areas away from their homes to deal with faults, etc. And customers require quick turnarounds, so these people need to travel and be able to live out of their homes to be able to provide that service. So we can show how each one of these other OPEX are critical and important aspects that need to be considered for NERSA to be able to make that decision. So again, looking at it historically, we do find, and it's the same blue line is the application, the dark brown is the actuals, and the light brown is the decisions that NERSA made, and we do see that there are some variations in approaches that NERSA undertook when it evaluated the other OPEX over the various MYPD periods, and again, this makes it very difficult, to be able to manage when we have to deal with the various little costs or the various aspects of the costs that are included in the MYPD application. So if you just look at in financial year 2019, where the financial year 2017 was used as a base to escalate by inflation, and then it was decided that the other OPEX should be 16% of the total OPEX. Now, again, we extract a section of the MYPD methodology that says that, Eskom needs to provide motivation with the latest projections as to what each one of its detailed costs are. So now we feel that these high-level assumptions do not, or decisions do not basically get to the understanding of what it is is that ESCOM is applying for. And similarly, during the MYPD5, where the starting point was 1 billion rands lower than what it should have been. So if you just get into this picture again, if we focus on the generation, and we must admit that the transmission or NTCSA and distribution were more aligned in terms of what the actuals and the decision turned out. But we do see some changes in the generation, and again we do see this gap that again needs to be addressed. Now, one of the reasons for this is that there is what the methodology calls abnormal expenditure, and that would refer to something like the decommissioning cost. And what we found was that instead of allowing the decommissioning cost to be recovered in a phased manner over a period of 10 years or so, this was done once off, and therefore, a true reflection of what the base costs were not really appreciated. And so I think these are minute details that need to be looked at before another OPEX decision is made. Okay, so again, just to come back to what the 36% application was about, this illustrates what are the key contributors to that. If we start on the left-hand side, it's the NPAs, which refers to the negotiated pricing agreements that were introduced, that were further introduced after the MYPD5 decision was made, that then contributes to this almost 6% increase in the 36% that is being applied for. And then we have the primary energy and the operating costs, and again, this needs to be looked at in light of the discussion that we've just had now on the operating costs, because this 36% is comparing to the previous decision. However, it is not when we look at the previous projections. So there is a significant difference between what NERSA had decided and what the actual projections for both primary energy and OPEX is. So there is some contribution in these numbers to what the contribution of the previous decision was. And then we do introduce arrear debts, and as mentioned, we are focusing on now migrating towards a better return on assets, towards sustainability of ESCOM, and therefore that 7.9 contribution by the return on assets. And then we do see a drop from the IPPs because they are not available as was originally envisaged, and therefore they would be related costs that would impact ESCOM's primary energy operating costs as well as capital costs. And that basically gives us the total of the 36% for the first year that we are applying for. Okay, and I think most important for many of the participants in this public hearing is that what are the measures in place as far as low-income households are concerned, and these are provided both by the government and NERSA, where there is an electrification program, there is the free basic electricity, there are further subsidies that NERSA provides in the ESCOM Home Light 20 amp tariffs and the inclining block tariff, which again, where there is a proposal to actually have a one rate for home light tariffs, and that is a proposal that NERSA is also considering as far as the retail tariff plan is concerned. Again, this is just a repeat of that, and again, this is an area where ESCOM feels that the government has a key role to play in making sure that the implementation of the free basic electricity in the various provinces is actually caught up to where all the indigent families that deserve it should actually be. Okay, now this is my last slide. I don't want to get into all the details, but just to motivate that the reason that ESCOM is applying for these particular revenue applications for these years is to allow ESCOM to continue and enable it to play the strategic role that it plays in the country, and ensuring that it is only efficient cost and a fair return that it receives to provide provide that electricity that it needs to for various consumers and provide the generation, transmission, and distribution services. And in that process, it has been a long journey, but to allow for migration towards a weighted average cost of capital, where the return on assets can reach the weighted average cost of capital. And again, most importantly, is to strive to become self-sufficient and not impose on the fiscus and government, and therefore then government can play a more meaningful role in the services that it needs to provide. Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to hand over to
Okay, thank you, Chair. And good morning once again. Chair, as we undertook in Cape Town, that we will go into a bit more deep dive, to give color to the coal aspect of primary energy, and also answering some of the questions, that came through, the hearings up until today. Just as a way of introduction, Chair, is to mention that the coal usage, increase is about 5.7%, or CAGR, as my colleague has mentioned, a compounded, annual growth rate between, the previous financial year to the last year of the application, that we put in. There is a delay in the IPP program, which has been mentioned, and it does, impact, on coal from a volume and pricing perspective. The decision to keep the stations that, according to the previous 2035 strategy and the JET program, as part of reduction of, the carbon emissions linked to the sovereign's commitment to reducing carbon, has helped in terms of keeping the lights on. However, it requires additional, coal to keep the stations going. And I think we've seen that it also requires more startup gas and startup oil. So there is that particular impact. And we have seen, Chair, indeed, that the coal, usage, if you compare calendar year to calendar year, from last year to this year, we have seen plus minus, a 4 million growth, even financial year to financial year. So there may be different permutation in terms of, where the energy comes from, but from the coal, perspective, there definitely is an increase, even with the 1%, a total electricity, a reduction. The IPPs into the future, Chair, they are going to displace coal, as we know that by 2035 we'll probably be sitting at 60% of the electricity produced in South Africa coming from coal, compared to where we're sitting currently at 80%. We have expanded a bit in Cape Town, and I will do it again to indicate that the mining inflation, which is also a significant cost driver, on coal, is generally higher than, the general inflation basket. So the general inflation basket is not applicable when coming to the mining commodity, Chair. So this is the picture. This is where the 5.7, a CAGR, is derived. I think my colleague has mentioned, that there is that, step up from 2025 to 2024, but you can see later on, as and when, the coal utilization reduces, the total cost also reduce. I'm going to get into final detail in my closing slides, Chair, just to also indicate, that where there is a volume drop in coal, you will see that it is factored in the overall, residual cost. We have assumed, Chair, in our, planning for coal at a blended level, 7%, inflation, on the base cost that is already sitting, in our mix. The other important thing to mention, Chair, is that when we replace coal, say a ton per ton or on a ton and ton basis, the legacy contracts, which were quite lucrative from a pricing perspective and benefit to the consumer, when you replace them, they come in at much higher cost because of new operations that have to be set up, new capital that has to be put in, higher cost of, capital that also drives. So you can't do, a one-on-one comparison when you replace the cost, both for coal that we're sourcing from remote mines and the coal that is coming from the tight coal areas. I think the other important part is where we've got tight collieries like cost plus mine, when we deploy the capital, because of the short remaining life of the power station and the contract life, the amortization is much higher compared to the historical, because of you are amortizing that cost over a short period of time. I think most of them, it is now about 10 years compared to 40 years on the legacy contracts, Chair. And we will get into the cost, why we need to rail the coal from Medupi. It's a question that came from Cape Town, Chair. Chair, the landscape that we are operating in as Eskom and is quite a dynamic one. There are a number of balances that we have to deal with. I will not go into verbatim, but probably just pinpoint on the key ones. The investment in new mines, and I'm talking coal mines, in this particular case, we've seen a reduction, and I'll show you a graph that shows you that the amount of production of coal in South Africa, is currently on a decline. And I mean, we say the coal industry is in a terminal decline, and the other driver is institutional investors, bankers, and so on, who used to fund a lot of coal projects, have basically withdrawn in favor of renewable energy. So the limited capital that is available to start up new mines comes in at a higher cost compared to the previous base and so on. That's one of the drivers in terms of cost, but also which makes it quite a competitive market. We are no longer spoiled as South Africa to be sitting with 260 million tons of coal that is produced every year, which should satisfy a Eskom export market, other domestic market, without creating a price hit up. I've mentioned the issue about the renewable energy. Basically, it's a disruptor. We knew it was going to come. It is indeed having an impact also on coal. The competition for export market, as much as we do not price our coal anywhere close to export prices or anywhere close to the export parity, which will demonstrate. However, because the new contracts that we need to conclude for coal that is not contracted, when you're looking at the 4,200 to 5,000 kilocalorie range, which is where some of our power stations operate, it becomes, a competitive market. So if we are in the market and the exporters are also looking at exporting the coal and they can earn premium, that's what we mean, by that competition. It's not necessarily a price determination, for us, Chair. Chair, this is a very, I think, easy self-read slide. It just basically shows the type of coal contracts that we have, in our mix. So when we do the bottom up, costing to come to the numbers that I've shared in the first slide, is that we have, power stations that are linked to what we call long-term cost plus contract. What are those contracts? These are basically large tight collieries, whereby the coal is fully dedicated, to Eskom. There are no other markets that these coal mines are supplying. The miner and Eskom, they share in the establishment capital to start up the mine, and the miner only earns a return on their contribution, for the startup capital. They don't earn, a commission based on the costing. The costing is just a straight, a pass-through, onto Eskom. And then Eskom has elected, to fund the stay-in-business capital and the cost, because the cost, even with our current, investment grade, our cost of capital is lower than what the miners, and the return that we earn is also lower than the return, that the miners would expect. So which makes, the cost base much lower. That's why we elected for that. And then we have others which we can call arm's length, like a fixed price contract. These are also ultra long-term contracts. We're talking contracts 40 years. These are contracts whereby there's also supplies by conveyor, similar to the cost plus mines which I've talked about. But these mines, the cost to start up the mine, to keep the mine going, all that is at the risk of the, a miner. The only thing is that we go into an agreement, for a long-term pricing, whereby they are able to claw back, the cost of running the mine and so on. And you can see the power stations, that have those type of contracts, running on conveyor. Kusile is a new one, whereby the conveyor is currently under, a commissioning. Then the last one, we call them short, medium term, Chair, and why we call them short, medium term is that we compare them to the cost plus and the fixed price contracts, which are 40-year contracts. But these are contracts that that can be anything between, like a year to about 20 years. So in the scheme of things where we talk about short term being about 2 years, like a medium term being 5 years, these contracts are also in excess of 5 years, but on a comparison basis, and that's a language that we've been using. It's just to avoid creating confusion. But those contracts are basically where the coal is delivered by road and rail, which attracts, like that element of additional transportation costs compared to the conveyor type, collieries. And these are, like a link to power stations. 3 of them are the power stations that we returned from long-term storage or mothballing, which was done in the 80s. We returned them early 2000 when we had a acute, like a shortfall in energy because of the new build that was delayed from a decision and also the delay in terms of construction. So when they came back, they didn't have, like a tight collieries on conveyor, so we had to bring that coal by road, and the Majuba, which is a colliery that had to be closed because the quality of the coal that was coming through was a risk to creating permanent damage, like to the plant. So, and those particular, like contracts, some of them are close proximity to the power stations, like some are quite far. The decision to bring the coal there is just by matching the quality, not necessarily distance and so on, which is why sometimes people ask, why would you have a mine next to the power station but you move the coal to another power station distant? It is because that particular coal deposit may not be suitable, like for that particular power station, and I will indicate later what are the things we're looking at here. Chair, this is basically to say we don't only contract for coal, there is an element of quality, and there are measures and controls that are in place, like in the whole value chain from the pit, which is at the mine up until, we get to, the coal being delivered. The first point, which is, for the coal that is by road, and why the road and rail delivered coal is because in transit, we found that we are too vulnerable. Like any other mining commodity and other commodities like liquid fuels, we know, there's like a criminal elements, like temper, pilfer, those commodities and so on. So we've got a first contractual measurement point before the coal leaves the mine, we do that, and later on we verify, when the coal gets delivered to the power station to say this is the same. This is what we call verification point 2, to verify, that it is the coal that has left the mine, it is a coal that is within the contractual, before the coal, gets delivered. And then we have another measurement point when we do for combustion control, when you move the coal from the coal stockyard, to the power station, which is measurement point 2. Measurement point 3 is basically how the boilers, behave. So these are things that are happening consistently, continuously, there's online analyzers as well included, in this particular, process, Chair. With my apologies, we did not expand on what HRCV is. This is heat rate calorific value of the boiler. That's the CV that the boiler actually sees versus what, we have determined, Chair. And to add on the controls that we have, to ensure that we get the right quality, the quantity that we contracted for, these are embedded, in our coal contracts. We have what we call a coal quality management procedure, which is a contractual, addendum, which is binding, and has, both, I think incentives if people give us, better coal than what we contracted for, which is what we encourage, and it's got also draconian, penalty clauses, which are based on export parity, if the supplier, does not, deliver the qualities that are required and so on. And over and above that, Chair, we do have, consequential actions that we take, when suppliers do not deliver, we've even terminated contracts when suppliers basically violate the quality requirements and so on. And that is done per supplier to the station on a daily basis, on a frequent basis. So it's what we do on a daily basis. There is a criteria in terms of coal analysis that is done by ESCOM laboratories and also third-party dominated laboratories under ESCOM control, to do base analysis and also to, verify, what the labs are doing. I've mentioned verification, which is now part of, a contractual, arrangements where if we verify that the coal is different to what was dispatched, we are able to apply, the contractual remedies to deal with that. Over and above above the chair, we also have an embedded audit process where we go and test that the things and the controls that are in place, including the labs, like the metallurgical processes on the samplers and so on, are done as per the ISO standards that we do. So these audits are done on a routine and also spot check basis, including taking known, quality sample, testing around, we call it round robins. We take our research lab and we compare with the other labs to say they are basically doing the analysis using the right, standards and so on. And I've mentioned, the corrective action. This is embedded to deal, with both the quality and the quantity that gets delivered to the station. Still on the assurance chair, the controls and so on, we have contracts, they've got, a remedial action, but we've seen with the coal that gets, transported by road and rail, especially road, that there has been, an attack, on our, trucks, and I'm going to say trucks even though they're not owned by us, but the coal is destined for ESCOM, by, unscrupulous forces. So we have, all our truck standard, they have onboard computers, they have, onboard computer drivers, cameras for the drivers and for the truck. They have, navigation and tracker systems, which on a real-time basis, track where the truck is. But we have, established that, there are people that use things like jammers and so on, to interfere with this thing. So we always have to up our game. So we are currently in the process of rolling out what we call the coal automation project, which is a project that automates the entire process from the time a truck or train leaves the mine up to the point where it gets to the power station with alerts along the way. When there's a deviation, the alert gets reported to our control center, which runs 24/7, and that particular, a truck or train would be deemed, a spoiled, a commodity and will not be allowed to be delivered. The miner will be informed about that. So that's one of the ways that we de-risk ourselves and we are able, to pick up what is happening on real-time basis, Chair, including the coal consumption, at the power station. There are 4 stations, Chair, that are not part of that because they were meant to be shut down early as per the 2035 strategy, and which is where we piloted other, a project, which is like the weighbridge automation. The automation project that is basically at the weighbridge is not meant, so you don't have, the manipulation finger type problem. Similar to the coal automation, everything at the weighbridge is automated. It uses QR codes, it uses face recognition cameras and so on, truck registration, recognition, so everything just, flows without any human intervention, and it is tracked and monitored on 24 basis. And including the trucks that are in motion, we have now started putting in technologies to track the load when the truck is in motion. The moment there's any deviation, in terms of the payload, we immediately get an alert, and then we respond, appropriately and so on. So we try to protect ourselves when the coal leaves the mine, when it's in transit, and by the time it gets to the station. And we have collaboration, Chair, with security, companies that are employed by us and also the law enforcement agencies. There's a coal forum that is formed, with the law enforcement agencies basically to deal with deviations and criminal elements, that are trying to interfere. So there were issues about, what is the impact of coal quality, on the performance and availability of generation. Chair, we can report that there's only one station that has got acute, coal quality issues, which is Matla. It's a structural issue which deals with, the ore body itself. We have implemented a lot of, controls from selective mining to dry beneficiation, while the expansion of the mine is in progress, and we're busy with the project to put a dense medium washing plant, so that we can get consistent supply of coal. The contribution is basically 0.33, percent, based on the absolute. If you're sitting with 25%, EAF, UCLF in generation, you must 25 less, like 0.33. That's basically, so you can clearly see that coal is not, a significant contributor, and it's isolated to one station, and things are under control there, Chair. This is the landscape I was talking about, Chair. The blue shade is basically operating, mines. in South Africa. The trend starts from 2009. You can see South Africa used to produce, in excess of 240 million tons, and Eskom used to consume anything between 100 and 225, Sasol 40, other domestic markets, 40 million tons as well, and 75 would go onto, the export market, and that was a happy medium. But you can see from 2019, we started having the decline that a lot of people are talking about to say it's a cold cliff. Some of it is a contribution for things that I've mentioned previously in terms of what is happening. The other colors are indicating projects that are in the pipeline by various miners, some are probable, some are very, remote. But the important part is if these projects, do not realize, it's just going to add pressure, to support, the requirements, both domestic, export, and other, users in South Africa. It's quite a, I think this is an inflection point that the coal industry, finds itself in. We were asked, how do we ensure that there is efficiency in the pricing? When we conclude new coal contract, the first important part, Chair, is that over and above the contract that we have in place, for new contracts, we go to the open market using, a triple PFA. We start from the need perspective. We develop contracting strategy. We go to the open market. We test the market. We do evaluation, and based on, all the suppliers that meet the technical criteria, that means they can supply the coal that meets the power station requirement, and thereafter you evaluate, based on pricing, and then we use a merit order ranking, start with the best or efficient price, to the least efficient price, but we negotiate, each and every contract to squeeze more, which is why our contracts take, anything between 12 and 18 months, because of the complexity, up to the point where we award, the contract. And I will expand in terms of what are the elements that we are looking at, when we look at that particular, a proposal from the miner, we look at first, where is the mine located, what type of, ore body is that, how deep is it an open cast underground mine, because that has got an impact in terms of the cost structure. We look at the geology, that is the in situ quality of coal, does it require any remediation in terms of, a washing. We look at the size of the resource, we look at, the export potential of the resource, the mining expertise that the particular miner has, so that we can get into other due diligence studies, and the mining equipment that goes in. So we use the same, mining tools like the miners are using for geology, mining cost, to evaluate. They provide us with detailed mining plans, exploration plans, for us to vary that and so on before we can get to, the pricing and negotiations, Chair. And once we've done that, Chair, this is basically what I've shared in Cape Town to say there are direct mining drivers, mining cost drivers. This is the cost drivers of what happens in the yard of the mine up until the main mine gate. On the right-hand side is other drivers, that basically affect the landed cost of coal when it gets to the power station. And I think on the mining side, I've touched on those particular elements, previously, which is capital, rehabilitation, processing, whether you need to watch, a strip ratio, where is open cast mining, how much material must you remove to get to your coal. It has an impact on cost, and the other drivers is inflation. And I will show, Chair, that the inflation, the indices that we use are standard, national indices that are sourced from independent, sources than Eskom, which we agree on, and are basically also practiced by other, mining commodity, markets. Chair, this is also once again just showing, from, when we start with the process, we look at, a cradle to grave or pit to boiler, from site preparation all the way to when the coal gets, to the boiler, and those are the criteria that we look at. That's a level of detail that we get into, and when we receive bids, the prescription from Eskom is that there must be a cost structure that the miner shares with us, so we get into that particular detail. If they don't supply that, we are unable to negotiate and so on. So it's not a one-liner thing when a person says, I'm going to give you a coal, we go into all the details like they would do when they do their own business case. And Chair, this is basically for illustrative purposes that shows you, the build-up, from the point when you're doing, the geology mining, and what are those particular drivers drivers I've mentioned, capital, all the way to when the coal has been processed and is ready to be delivered, to get to that rand per ton or rand per gigajoule, which is what we prefer because we want to buy energy, we want to buy CV. That's basically the level of detail that makes up the pricing structure, of the contract, based on the due diligence that we do, desktop, visiting the mines, looking at the resource, and making sure that, that particular mine can meet, our requirements. We were asked in terms of benchmarking, Chair, that was a question, do we benchmark? There are, renowned companies that do, benchmarking. We also benchmark against, the Agus McCloskey, which is basically the index that is used, for export, but in this case we use export parity price, which is now the export price denominated back to mine gate price in Mpumalanga, and so to remove port costs, transportation costs, and so on. You can see it's sitting quite high. And then the other one is basically the African source market. Is also one of the analysts in in the commodity space. They don't only do mining, they do gas, oil, and so forth. They do those, and that's their view basically in terms of where they see the coal cost. And then we also have a chair, the likes of Wood Mackenzie, who I'll show in much more detail. But what we're showing here, Chair, is that, as I mentioned earlier, when we receive bids, once we have confirmed that they have the technical capability to can meet the requirement, then we move into evaluating the commercial and the financial viability. And we compare, bidders against each other. We compare them against also the benchmark over and above the due diligence that we've done, previously. So it's not only one, price point that we do, and it includes also, getting to the point of delivered cost and so on. Chair, the escalation clauses, this is basically the breakdown and the contribution. You can see that mining, is the single biggest contributor to what, determines the price, of the landed commodity. But in there's issues like labor, diesel. This is a diesel that is used at the mine, for mining operations, electricity. Some of the mines, are mechanized underground and so on. They use a lot of electricity. They don't use diesel equipment, and then it goes on all the way up until, determine the profit, and that becomes the index. And you can see the sources that we are using, Chair, from CISA, Estates SA, etc. These are established, and these indices, they get changed also as the markets, in the industry, develops. It applies, annually. So any contract that is longer than 12 months, we apply the escalation clauses. The only item that is basically escalated on a monthly basis because of volatility is diesel. So when diesel prices come down, we get that benefit. When it goes up and so on, because it will be difficult for miners to absorb, that on an annual basis and so on. I think it's a standard practice in many industries. Chair, once we get to a contracting place, and let's say it's a new operation, the miner has to go to the market to go raise capital or debt to fund the mine. And funders, they fund based on the viability, of those mining operations. So the question has been asked, why don't you go and renegotiate prices? But I've already mentioned that we get to a very efficient pricing, of the coal, and we believe, domestically, there's no one who buys coal cheaper than us, as been shown also in the, in the comparison against, the external parties, Chair. So Chair, there is those commitments that are made in terms of people having to pay back their funding, which are locked, into the contract and so on. The moment you change, the contract, you are basically changing that, and that's where, most of the miners, they are not keen, on that, because we've gone through the process of ensuring that the pricing that we're paying as Eskom is based on a fair, so it's based on an efficient cost of a miner and a fair return that goes to the miner. That's basically, our pricing, strategy. And once they've locked in, Chair, you set up equipment. Mining is a capital intensive, process, so it's got a lot of capital that sits within, and hence also, we get into long-term contracts and we smoothen that return over the period and duration, of the mine. So this is basically one of the things that basically says there is obligations that sit also behind, the contract, Chair. This is, Chair, basically just compare Wood Mackenzie that I've mentioned earlier. This is the cash cost to produce coal, Chair. It shows you over the period of time up until 2024, their view is that on the domestic South African market, the cash cost to produce coal on average sits closer to 1,200 rands per ton. We don't buy coal at those particular price, Chair. And it is made up of, those elements that I've mentioned previously. As you can see, there's mining costs, there's coal prep, there's transportation, there's port, there's overhead, there's royalty. It's the whole part. You can also see, when you're looking at mine gate, a price, it will be mining and mining prep, which says, your cash cost is above 600 rand just to produce. And if you have to take the coal to the port, you are incurring all those other things. This is cash cost to produce, up until you get to, now they have to determine the rates. This is, I think it will be important, for consideration of these type of things when we do. And the right-hand graph basically is just showing, those cash costs, on US dollar terms. So the rate of exchange does affect, that. That's why you see that fluctuation. And this is what basically also makes, the exporters, be able to earn some money because of the rate of exchange that is poor. This is one of the important slides, that basically says, if you look at the right-hand top graph, is that when we started, the submission, we set on average between, 81 and 88% of the current coal that is locked. So that means we've got contracts for those particular coal. As I've mentioned, when I demonstrated the types of contract that we have. So the only, a lever that we have from a pricing perspective is on the new contracts, which are contracts that are not, concluded. But I can mention that this was the base date, April, 2024, when we also submitted. But I mean, life has moved on. We have concluded, a contract, and basically for this current financial year on a blended, I'm talking 2025, we have, the coal that is required for this year fully contracted. We are basically sorting for the other years to come to the future. So it's an important point to note that when we get into a financial year, we don't go to the market to go and source 100 million tons of coal, every year, because people say, Eskom, you are a large consumer, of coal. Why are you not influencing pricing? Yes, we have, because that's why we've locked ourselves in long-term contracts. And then when we deal with the uncontracted coal, that's where, the opportunity sits and so on. And I think some of the information, Chair, are easy to read. I'm just looking at the time. I think I'm going over our 1 hour allocated time. Then, Chair, the coal that we are bringing by road and rail, as I mentioned, it attracts, a transportation cost, which you don't see, with the conveyor coal. So when you're replacing a ton of coal that was on the conveyor and you bring it by road and rail, this is basically what the impact is. So it basically shows you on top, the volume that is on conveyor over this period, and it shows you the volume that is on road, the volume that is on rail. That's basically the three categories. That is a top left-hand, a graph. And at the bottom, it shows you as a total percentage to the blended cost in Eskom, a transportation is ranging between 9 and 13%. But if you look at those coal contracts that are only on road and rail, it is anything between, 23 and 26%, because now your denominator is much shorter. And Chair, I think the question may be asked, what happened in 2026? It is because the volume of coal, as you can see, on the top left-hand graph, you are now moving from 33 to 37 million tons of coal. That is basically one of the drivers why you see that blip, in 2026. Chair, this is probably one slide before I wrap up. It's just showing you what's happening between each year from 2025, 2026. What are the drivers? I've mentioned when the volume drops, just my apology. When you have a reduction in volume, you can see there's, a positive, an impact on pricing. You can see all through the three tranches, of the, of the application. And then we adjust, the pricing for volume. You get to that, for example, 25, 26, 82.8. And then the inflation impact. All this is in, billions of rands, Chair. And then the uncontracted coal, which I've mentioned, it's coming at a higher cost than what your base is and so on. That is the differential that it comes in. Others, Chair, is things like, the Medupi coal that we would like, to move. It is where we are starting to see the impact of reduced, energy on, some of the contracts that have got take or pay, penalties. That cost element is included, in that part and so on, Chair. I think it gives a nice flavor in terms of, what are the drivers from one year to the other, Chair. Chair, the question was asked, why are we moving coal from Medupi to the Mpumalanga? When Medupi delays happened, we incurred, penalties which were disallowed, from a tariff perspective. A decision was made to, in the meantime, build what we call an excess stockpile to take that coal, store it for later use. The stockpile has grown to 16 million tons, Chair. At the same time, we have, both Medupi and Matimba, which we are running, as a cluster to make sure that we offtake our contractual requirement are fully contracted in this period. And the reason why we want to move this coal is basically because if we have to wait for Medupi, to run at higher load factors, to consume this coal, it will take, anything between 10 and 15 years for that coal to be consumed. And the worry is, degradation of the coal, and that coal also sits, in a footprint that is meant, for ashing. That is one of the issues. And the cost of coal is a sunk cost, Chair. That's what we're basically saying. So what we compare against is when we have to displace, for example, Kusile, we will compare, let's say we displace 1 million tons per annum, by taking this coal to Kusile. We'll compare the landed cost of coal at Kusile, against, the transportation cost to move this coal by rail or combination of rail. The preference is by rail, hence we are engaging with Transnet, to move this coal. And the provision basically comes from those particular, estimate, Chair. So the coal is there, it's sitting there already, Chair, and it's in excess of what we require, and we're trying to use it to claw back and minimize, on the other side, Chair. But the intention is to do it, efficiently, Chair. In conclusion, Chair, I think it's just to mention that, for this period from the previous financial year to the last year, the growth rate in terms of coal cost is 5.7%. We do see the impact, in volume, that is as a result of keeping the other stations, running until 2030, and because of the delay in the IPPs. And we definitely will see the reduction in the coal fleet, as you can see, tapering down, in the latter years. And we have spoken about mining inflation, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ESCOM, for the comprehensive presentation, and we also appreciate the fact that you have now gone into detail with regards to the specific questions that we have asked. What I will request you is to make this presentation available to NERSA, the copies of this presentation available to NERSA, and we would also want you to also have these sort of slides, but even if you're going to reduce the time that you take in the overall presentation. But as we proceed with the public hearings, it's important that these details can also be shared with the members of the public, because in the previous hearings, some members of the public did not have the opportunity to hear you with regards to what we have asked you to assist with. But also, if you can kindly remember to also go into detail on the issue of the gas startup costs, because you have not done that. And you must remember that that was the question that we asked in Cape Town, when it comes to gas and oil costs, which are quite high. And you have not gone into detail at all, and you have not responded to that question. If you can kindly deal with it so that we can start engaging with your response on that question. And I think also the other question that you still have not responded to comprehensively is the concern around the declining sales. So you are not addressing that question, and it is important that we see the link or the linkage between the increase in the coal usage, the increase in the energy output, as well as what ESCOM is going to do to make sure that you increase the sales. And that is very important because we also want to see what the reaction is going to be as you want an increase in the tariff or in the revenue. That is very important because without you addressing your sales target as a supplier, and then the price is going up and we don't know what's going to happen to your sales, you are not addressing the effects of what you are requesting the energy regulator to look into. If you can kindly appreciate the significance of that question, and also from the members of the public that posed that question, if you can please pay attention to that. All right, let me then ask the members of the energy regulator who have questions. I'll start with Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to Madam Tlhali Majeli and Mr. Mashiko for the presentation. The shortfall due to IPP is not coming online as envisaged. I'm not so clear as to why this is an issue, and ESCOM bemoans that in an environment where they are decreasing sales. What EAF and other variables correspond to the scenario that is projected? Because as we have said, there should be a match in terms of all these variables, how everything ties back together. And then with regard to employee benefit cost and headcount, you cited the number of 32,954 by NERSA in terms of its 2023 decision in line with the 2008 figures. Why do you seem to be proceeding as if NERSA did not make that determination in your applications? Do you have the optimal, maybe just a straightforward question to say, do you have the optimal numbers and capability to be an efficient licensee as things stand, just as ESCOM? Because we keep hearing stories that are confusing. And then when it comes to the slide 21, I noted that your own application in the pre-2019 phase is like even not aligned with your actuals, and then something then happened in 2019, and it was the other way around. I just did not understand what happened there, in terms of that slide talking to OPEX. And then on the coal side, I'm failing to understand maybe there should be a slide that is very simple saying this is the usage percentage, this is the production, and then these are the costs that are associated with that. Because sometimes when just for one to see that you are efficient, to check on the efficient, at least in terms of the utilization of the coal. If you can help with that going forward. And then on the coal side, again, I must say, there's a significant matter that is on the slide, but is left out, the demands by local communities for localization and the impact thereof is not coming out. So if you're writing, you just it's to supplement or augment your application, if you can just be able to talk to that aspect. Let me leave it at that. And then when it comes to also the coal procurement, I think you are the policymaker in a way is also your shareholder, and I would like to know the kind of recommendations that you have made to improve so that you become efficient in procuring the coal. And I appreciate Mr. Mashiko outlining the process, and we know that processes are actually run by people, and other funny things happen in that regard. So I would like to know from your side, the investigations that have been said to be underway, what have they yielded thus far? At least maybe to say in the interim, this is how much has come out as a saving or a recoupment of the losses. Yeah, I will leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Mkhize. Advocate Sithole.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the ESCOM presenters. I've got 2 points of clarity. One on the section done by Ms. Katlalimaji on slide 20 on other operational costs. You had a point there that indicates service costs. Wasn't it too clear as to what actually is covered by those service costs? Rather, I may have missed it in your presentation. And my second point of clarity is to Ndate Mashego. On your slide 49, you indicated that there are uncontracted coal supply that comes at a higher price than the contracted ones. I just want to check with you as to how many are these uncontracted coal supply. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pukula.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to expand on what Ms. Massetti has asked around the gas and oil usage. And if you just go back to your own projections, start whether it's in 2018, 2019, and around that time you were sitting less than 1.5 billion rand. And then in January of the last determination, you were still sitting at 1.6. In September, you increased them to about 6 billion rand. But when you look at your own actuals, they are over 8 billion rand. There's an explanation that's required there. And secondly, when the regulator says that these are the numbers that you must stick to, I think it's prudent to stick to those numbers and not go above them without the explanation. So the gas and oil is still to be explained. The second question is on the ancillary services. See, the ancillary services move from just over 360 million rand and they end up at 4.6 billion rand in this year. I know that it is aligning it with the new generation that's going to come in, but you have said that that new generation is not coming in. It's delayed. In fact, you do know that others are delayed. So therefore, there's got to be a revision in how you calculated that. And the last one is on the court decision. I think these are the things that you have no control over. Would you then support a request by the regulator to get that court decision either moved further or changed? Would you support that? Because it is not something that's in your control. But if the others who have that control asked for that reprieve, would you support it? And what would it do if it is moved further? What would it do to your sustainability? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Pukula. If I may just add some questions of clarity as well. We in your application, you are telling us that during the next 3 years, there will be an increase in coal usage, and therefore the costs are going up. But you are not explaining to us, even to the members of the public that are required to pay for that, as to what is the value that will be seen by the members of the public that you require them to pay for the coal usage. It must translate into something that will be of benefit. And that kind of benefit, you are not coming out to demonstrate it. Can you please bring it out so that we can see when you say that we need so much and we're going to increase, and that should also be in terms of your own plans when you're talking about the generation operational recovery plan. where you are stating that your aim is to increase your performance, and therefore, what can we expect from the energy output now that you are increasing the coal usage? That aspect is not coming out. May I also just get into the increasing OPEX? There's a huge jump in the OPEX. You have addressed some issues pertaining to maintenance, where you're stating that there will be further maintenance that is required. But you are not unpacking that maintenance so that you can justify the further maintenance. As you know, that the energy regulator does grant ESCOM funds for maintenance when you require it, because we want the asset to perform better. So we have to enable you to maintain that asset. Now, if you say you're going to do more, you are not addressing your own capacity of doing more. What you are going to put in place to make sure that indeed, look at the amount that you want on the first year, for instance. There's a huge jump on the first year. Now, the question that was asked is whether you are realistic about the amount that you require on the first year. And you're also not showing when you are going to do or to embark on so much, intensive maintenance, will there be any negative, impact in terms of, the plants that will be available? We're still in the dark as to how you are going to do that. We do take into account the fact that you are going to prioritize 8 power stations, but you are not linking these increasing costs with the 8 priority power stations and how you intend executing your maintenance and how you're going to balance that with making sure that the capacity of doing it and the fact that plants will still be available for generation. But also the other aspect that you must take into account as you increase so much from what you have achieved previously, like the actual costs that were incurred. You are not addressing that huge jump, because remember, you yourself made reference to what the methodology says in section 10. So when you're now jumping so much from what you have achieved previously, and you're not addressing that huge gap, what do you expect the energy regulator to do? Because the energy regulator has already indicated its approach. And also it will require to reason out as to why do you jump then, because you've already acquired so much in 2024. So why are you jumping so much? That aspect you are not coming out clearly on it. So I would like then to stop there for now, if you can address those questions and the issues of, maybe the other issue was the issue of water usage, the cost pertaining to water usage, as well as fuel costs. Remember, those we've asked already in Cape Town. So if you can add that, and please, if you can also just have a list, and then to the extent that you need to provide some clarification, can you also do that in writing in those specific questions? Compile all of those questions, see where you have responded, see where the response was not adequate, and please do that and submit it to NERSA, to the electricity division. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for the questions, Chair. I just want to, first of all, in light of the previous public hearings that were held, just to let you know that this is the plan for the subsequent ones, where in Johannesburg, in Durban, we're going to do more of a summary. So many of the issues that have been raised, and you have again raised, Madam Chair, we will deal with in the subsequent public hearings. So let me just go through them. The economic impact studies, we have done that in Nelspruit, and we have submitted the studies to the officials, and they have received it. So hopefully that one is closed. Then the generation performance, as well as you have rightly pointed out, the details on the maintenance as to what is the money being spent for, that would be dealt with at Klerksdorp. Okay, so we do understand that we will provide written as well as verbal, but I think it's better to talk it through, to hear further questions, and then we can do a final written response. And then the question that was raised about understanding the national debt support, again, that will be dealt with in Klerksdorp. And then ESCOM's contribution to the economic impact, that again will be dealt with in Klerksdorp. And definitely the sales projections, we have a whole section on. We will do that. We're going to do many things in Klerksdorp. And then the Munich debt and arrear debt, we had always planned to do that in Klerksdorp. We'll do that. And as we've said, we've dealt with the coal and OPEX here. So just before today's session, this is what we had summarized. Okay, so coming now to the questions that have been raised. Yes, and my friend Brad, not my friend, he's my colleague, Brad will deal with the gas startup costs in a few minutes, and then as we said, the declining sales we will deal with. As far as Mr. Mkize's question on the IPPs, we decry the IPPs not being around. It's a matter of us being able to balance the production plan. So remember, after the IRP is done, at a shorter space of time, we have to do a production plan so that by minute, we will be able to match the supply with the demand. So at the beginning of the year, we will get a response from the government departments that we're going to have an enormous amount of IPPs coming to the party. Then a few months later, we'll say, oh, absolutely, that's not going to happen. So what it means is that we need to now balance ESCOM generators to be able to meet that gap that we had expected the IPP generators to provide. So that is the point that we've made, where we now have to quickly backfoot and be able to manage that situation because the IPPs not arising. And we've had this dilemma in all our revenue applications that we have made. And even the NERSA colleagues will be aware that even when we make an application, we have to comply with what the government departments have done. But NERSA has the power to go and interrogate further and realize that further IPPs will not happen as well. And this is likely to happen even in this application. And again, one of the points that we did not raise was that there was, in the last MYPD5 application, a 5 terawatt shortfall that did not materialize by IPPs, and it was left unattended. And obviously ESCOM, there was no cost associated with it, and of course ESCOM would need to balance that system. So those are the dilemmas that we deal with, and it is something that we have to be able to react quite quickly to. And that means we need to make sure that there's further maintenance done, further capital expenditure, further parts, further coal, etc. So it's the whole value chain that is impacted. Okay. Then as far as the employee benefits, yes, Mr. Mkize, you rightly picked that up, but remember from 2013 to financial year 2013 to financial year 2018 was the MYPD5 period where we had projected 2 years prior, and therefore we had expected that there would be significant build, etc., and the employee number requirement would be much higher because this work was done in about 2011 thereabouts. So when we came closer to the 2018 application, there was much more of a reality situation, and therefore even ESCOM's application had dropped significantly. So I hope that clarifies that. Okay, and Dan Mashiko will deal with the coal questions, and then Mr. Tole's questions about the other aspects, the service costs. Yes, you know, we have many categories in our SAP system that identifies what all of these costs are, but just at a high level, these service costs refer to equipment spares and repairs, servitude costs, the facilities, maintenance, the production plant services, the ash handling. So it's those kinds of other operating costs that are being addressed. Okay, Brad will come and deal with the gas and oil usage in a minute, and then as far as the ancillary services is concerned, is that there has been a shift in this application where the securing of ancillary services from ESCOM generators basically are not costed at their true cost. They are only costed at a very minimal cost, and that has been traditionally the case. However, in line with the approvals that NERSA has granted, we will be securing ancillary services from existing IPPs, and therefore that significant jump in the ancillary services costs, and we do see this as a new trend. And part of the problem is that the generation ancillary, or the ESCOM generation ancillary costs have not been costed, as a pure ancillary service, because the actual service is provided and the costs are recovered through the generation operations. So when you ring fence it as an ancillary service and you get it from an IPP, it does cost more because it is at that true ring fence cost. Okay, as far as the court decision reversal is concerned, we do submit that this is a small number we are talking about, and to provide sort of more confidence in our court systems, we would request that you kindly not do a change in the court decision. Okay. Ms. Masetti's point that the coal deals with, yes, as far, and Ms. Masetti, you are absolutely correct as far as unpacking the maintenance costs, and we will provide further details at the Clarkstrop hearing. But I think just to provide some comfort as far as the perceived high jump, it is that our projections are already at 29 billion for the whole of ESCOM at the moment in this financial year. So it is something that is already happening, and we do have the capacity and the capability to do that. So, but it is seen as a high jump from a previous decision, but the capability is there. But we will provide the details when we say the 8 power stations are prioritized. What does that really mean? So we'll provide that details. Okay, over to you, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The issue that Mr. Mkhize requested, on trying to simplify, the coal usage, I think we will do that in the written submission. I think the information is packaged there. We'll probably, expand, to illustrate that both on volume and cost, Chair. Then there was an issue to say, why are we, sort of bemoaning, the IPPs, being delayed. I think my colleague has mentioned is just basically to indicate that there is, that step-up increase against the IRP. So we need to show that that cost, is coming. As I mentioned earlier, the total energy, declined by 1%, but the permutation, in where that energy comes from the different technologies, coal, nuclear and so on, it's got an impact on coal, because when we do the energy wheel diagram, based on IRP. We do it at the IRP numbers, but when real life happens and the coal is higher, we need to reflect it here, and that's what we're basically doing. And that's how we're making. It's not bemoaning it. I think we do benefit because it increases our sales, but we're just showing that increase in sales from coal production has got, a marginal cost of production that is tied or linked to it. And the uncontracted coal, Advocate Sithole, it is expressed in percentages, like for each and every individual year, but I think in the written submission, we will include the latest. As I mentioned, this was, at the submission time and base date, but it's there, the one graph indicates, the individual years, the demand in coal volume, and then opposite it is basically saying how much has been contracted and how much is not. That's a 12 to 15%, but we can express it in tons, and also give the latest to say this is, as we're speaking currently, the latest, outstanding, coal to be contracted. That's basically that, yeah. I think that's all in the coal issues, Chair. Yeah, the water issues, Chair, if I may, because I deal with water as well. If you look at the application, I think the water issues and the increase, I think they fairly flat, Chair, in around, 2.3, 2.5, billion rands, and it's based on the tariffs, from Department of Water, and Sanitation. We've got long-term, contracts and so on. But if there's a need for breakdown, I think we can show that because it comes from various schemes and so on. But as a total lot, I think it's a fairly, a constant number. It doesn't have the dynamics that you see because we're still using the old infrastructure. There hasn't been expansion except when the Lesotho Highlands come in, which may affect, the life going on. So I'm talking about phase 2 of the Lesotho project, but it will be outside, this MYPD process. Yeah.
But just I understand in terms of the cost of procuring it or buying it, but the amount that you use, which will then have an impact on the cost. So the amount of water usage that you are going to use, just the drivers of that, as well as the impact or the drivers of the fuel cost, the amounts.
No, we'll do that, Chair. The breakdown in terms of what is the makeup, and we will certainly do that, yeah.
Yeah, so that it is in the context of the application itself. When you say that you're going to increase the water usage or the fuel cost, at least we need to understand why is that, so that there's a justification for it, and then you plug in the cost thereof once you have indicated the extent of usage.
Yeah, we'll do that similar to what we did. We'll do that, Chair,
okay,
in the written submission.
Thank you very much. Also, Ms. Tlhatlhalemaje, if you can kindly look into, we saw the economic impact study that was submitted, I think it was yesterday. We need the most recent. Remember, it must also provide a context of what you want now. If you are talking about the 36% and you are dealing with the economic aspects of it, let's see the economic aspects of the 36%. Otherwise, if you're going to provide something that was done previously, it's not addressing the relevant economic conditions. And therefore, if you plug in the 36%, will that not strangle investments or stifle investments or even avoidance of investments that, were planned and that kind of thing? I'm just picking up investments, for instance, because we need to, as a regulator, as an economic regulator, we need to make sure that we take that aspect into consideration.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. I'll respond to that now. I had a discussion with my colleague. I think we would rather deal with the fuel oil increased usage together with the maintenance, because it's a similar story, and that we'll do in Clark's job to deal with that. Okay, and yes, we did try to do a further economic impact study, and I think our NERSA colleagues also tried to do that. But unfortunately, this takes a longer time, and therefore, our economists advise us that the study that we did was I think it was finalized in 2023, is actually still valid, because there was a high-level scenario that looked at over 30% increase. And I think we are looking at, much wider macroeconomic impacts, and the impact he advised us was that it would be very similar to to that. So, it's not going to go down to granular level, and if we want to do a proper study, it takes a much longer time. And due to our timing of our application, we could not do it, because when we did the MYPD5, there was a 1-year decision, then there was a gap, and then there was a 2-year decision, and therefore that afforded us a closer opportunity to between what the new application was and what the final decision. But we didn't have that opportunity this time. But the confidence that we have got from the economist is that it is unlikely to change much, because that looked at a higher level scenario. So we will not be able to do a new study if we want to do a proper study. That's unfortunately what the economists guide us. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We will consult with the members on that aspect, because there are, I don't understand if the economists cannot run some models, especially with this increase, and be able to target the key things, even the impact on inflation, impact on investments, in order to update the economic study that you have done. I would not understand if your economist is not able to do that and run some models. That will be very surprising, and just update the study to reflect some key considerations from the regulatory point of view. I think that is important. And in fact, it should even be something that we must take into account as we are also going to do our regulatory impact assessment. So we give the applicant an opportunity to present its own. We are going to do our pre-regulatory impact assessment. So we don't want not to have given you the opportunity to submit yours, and then we do the e-verification of your submission. All right, if there are no further questions, we're looking forward to the responses from ESCOM on all of the issues that we have requested you to provide clarification on. We thank you for your time, and we also thank you for ensuring that you do provide the details. And I think the other thing that from our side we'll do to keep the members of the public that are following us is following these public hearings also on Facebook, as well as what is Twitter now? I'm not tweeting, so I don't necessarily know. Is X? Yes, on X, so they can be able to access, these responses from ESCOM. Remember that some of these things were raised in different locations, so they need to have access to the responses that were provided by ESCOM. But we will make sure from our side that we'll make that information available as soon as you provide us with your responses. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to check with my colleagues. Maybe we can take a 10 minutes break. Okay, can continue? Okay.
10 minutes break.
10 minutes break, and then we'll come back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation. You have 15 minutes. I just want to make sure that they close the door there so that you don't get disturbed and so that we can hear you. You may start, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. I don't have fancy PowerPoint presentations. I'm going to speak from the heart of the Democratic Alliance today. And I have been sitting here watching the ESCOM presentations, and I think it raises more concerns than it does put one at peace. Lots of projections, lots of solutions, saying, you know, we're now solving this, we're solving that, we've put this in place to protect that. But the horse has bolted, Chair. We sit in an absolute crisis. We've had discussions of penalties today and delays in IPPs. But principally our concern is, and we as the DA are calling on NERSA to reject the tariff hike, which would unfairly harm millions struggling with the high cost of living. Amongst those who are going to be hardest hit are small businesses and NPOs. Our NPOs are dependent on grants and in many instances donations. Small businesses to whom our people on the ground are reliant on, particularly grant recipients, are going to pay the price. This tariff hike is going to affect the costs of living of people who go and use these small businesses for survival, and this has a ripple of costs starting from what the small businessman now puts up his prices. That goes out to the people who now are going to have to pay the extra for transport, food, and everything else that is related. So we are imploring and saying to NERSA, these hearings are the platform to show that South Africans are saying no to paying more, but this is because of Eskom's mismanagement and the enormous debt of all municipalities, with the exception of the DAs, who have paid up their the municipalities have paid up their accounts. NERSA must listen and reject this tariff increase. We are urging NERSA rather to put accountability within Eskom and find solutions that don't unfairly harm the public. Eskom wants to raise electricity tariffs by a shocking 40% in the middle of a cost of living crisis. This includes an application to NERSA for a further 36.15% increase for next year, with an additional 4% make-up tariff already approved by NERSA to recover revenue losses from this year. This is directly linked to the non-payment of ANC municipalities and their Eskom bills, which run into billions. A 40% hike means families are going to be forced to choose between putting food on the table and paying for electricity. With the cost of living already high, this 40% electricity increase would hurt both families and businesses. At best, grants go up between 2 and 4% per year. And it is easy to say, but they are indigenous and they get free electricity. No, a lot of them don't, and this came up in the proposal that one of the remedies you offered was to offer more. But you use the word proposal. We don't want proposals. We've heard proposals. We want action. Eskom has shown a pattern of wasteful spending, with 840 million lost on an abandoned housing project at Volker. This White Elephant project is just one example of Eskom's wastefulness. Taxpayers should not have to pay for Eskom's failures. Last year, Eskom lost 24 billion, including 5 billion in irregular spending. 6 billion in material losses, including 81 million lost to corruption. The ANC-run municipalities owe Eskom 90 billion. Now there is a question, and it was raised in the presentation, we are attracting less and less investors into the Eskom industries and into gold. Well, it's not surprising. Nobody wants to invest when you are facing that kind of situation. South Africans should not have to pay more to cover Eskom's financial mismanagement. Our municipalities are working hard to reduce dependency on Eskom by investing in their own energy solutions. Cape Town, other municipalities are launching solar projects and working with IPPs already. Those people who have put in solar independently are being paid back by the municipality already for the excess electricity they are generating. We are paying them for that. These projects provide stable, affordable power and shield residents from the Eskom price increases. Our municipalities do not owe Eskom. We are paid up. Residents in Joburg are being hit with extra load shedding because the city of Johannesburg owes Eskom 4.9 billion. Even those who pay their bills on time are affected. People have paid for the electricity. They've paid for their electricity. Where has Eskom put it? Where have the municipalities used it? Because clearly it hasn't gone to Eskom, and you now want us to pay for that failure. How many low-income households already struggle with rising food, transport, and fuel costs? A 40% price hike on electricity would be devastating to families who simply cannot afford more. Together, we are saying no to another massive hike in electricity tariffs. We urge NERSA to reject this Eskom proposed increase and stand with South Africans who deserve fair and affordable electricity and not be forced to pay for Eskom's extortion, because that is how we see it. Let us keep fighting for a future where South Africans are not forced to choose between essential services and a decent quality of life. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much to the DA. Guess there are no questions. I think the messages are very clear. Thank you so much for your time. We now move on to the next presenter, which is Build One South Africa Bossa. We've got the name of Timothy Maluleke. May you please raise your right hand, put. Okay, usondelela embokweni.
Where to?
La, mic.
Okay.
Khulumele la kuyo mara. Ngicela ubeke incwadi le yakho lapha phansi.
Okay, thank you very much.
Fuji?
Good.
You can't speak there. Which language are you comfortable with?
Any language that was.
Okay.
And so to English, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Then I need to administer the oath first before you can say anything.
Oh, the oath. Okay.
Yes, put. All right. You're going to use your right hand. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to the panel is the truth and the whole truth?
The whole truth and the whole truth.
Thank you very much. May you please state your name and your portfolio in Bossa.
My name is Singakusichie. I'm the regional chairperson of Build One South Africa in Limpopo Capricorn District.
Okay. Thank
you very much. Good morning, Huemore Dumela. Like I've said, my name is Ngakusichie from Build One South Africa. Submission to NERSA on the proposal electricity tariff hike by Build One South Africa Bossa. Build One South Africa appreciate the opportunity to present our submission on the proposed electricity tariff increased by NERSA. Bossa stand firmly with South Africans who already face economic hardship due to stagnant wages, rising inflation, and persistent energy challenges. We believe that a tariff hike must be carefully considered to avoid exacerbating these issues and to ensure both affordability for consumers and sustainability for Eskom. Economic impact on households. The proposed electricity tariff hike by NERSA carries significant implications for South Africa's low-income households, already stretched thin by high unemployment rates, rising food prices and elevated transportation costs. These households will face even greater pressure on their limited financial resources. For families in the lowest income groups, the hike in electricity cost could shift priorities away from other essential expenses, worsening poverty and increasing inequality. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today as public to come and tell NERSA and ESCOM our views. Like yesterday, the president of this country was addressing the NCOP in Parliament about the hardship of the people of this country because of the tariff of ESCOM. The 2024 electricity tariff in South Africa will increase by 12.74% following an 18.65% increase in 2023, totaling a significant two-year hike of 33.8%. These compound increases place a considerable financial strain on lower income households, where even small increase can deeply impact their budget. For example, households using around 600 kilowatts a month will see an increase of 168.24 cent increase in their bill. Household consuming 900 kilowatts per month will face a monthly increase of 398 to 405 rand. These increases are especially burdensome for low-income families, many of whom earn less than 3,500 per month and typically allocate 10 to 15% of their income to energy costs, an amount now set to rise. For example, a household with a 3.5 income that currently spends 15 to 20% or less to 700 on electricity could see a rise to 60 to 84 rand, depending on subsidies or providers. Supporters measures such as home light tariffs aim to provide relief for the poorest households by including a subsidy. However, this subsidy increased by 25%, meaning more costs are shifted into high-income groups, while the poorest still face limited benefits. The tariff increase are criticized for politically impacting low-income households, particularly in colder areas or those with subsidized housing, intensifying energy poverty. For poorer households, basic monthly expenditures include housing, 30 to 40% on rent or housing-related costs, with many living in informal or government-subsidized housing. Food, 30 to 35% often reliant on staple foods, electricity and utilities. 15 to 20% with expected rises due to tariffs. Transport, 5 to 10%, particularly for commuting. Education and healthcare, 5 to 10%, often dependent on public services. Other small remaining funds cover clothing debt or minimal savings. Increased proportional for household income allocated to electricity. Statistics South Africa data shows that the poorest households, often those in rural areas and informal settlements, spends a disproportionately largely portion on their income on basic services, including electricity. Household in the lowest income decides currently spends up to 20% or more on their income on electricity alone. With the proposed tariff increase, this percentage will rise further, reducing disposable income for households relying on social grants on limited wages. The impact of this rise will be incapably pronounced, as a very extra rand spent on electricity could mean sacrificing other essentials such as food, education, and healthcare. As Build One South Africa, we are here today to to make an appeal to NERSA to take the recommendation of BOSA. So our recommendation as BOSA are as follows. BOSA recommends the following steps. Staggered increase, implement the tariff hike gradually to allow households and businesses to adjust and reduce the immediate economic shock. Enhance subsidies for low-income households. Implement a tariff subsidy model that protects vulnerable households, specifically those relying on social grants, from unaffordable electricity cost. Incentivize renewable energy adoption. Develop incentives for business and households to invest in renewable energy solutions, thereby reducing reliance on ESCOM's grid over time. Strengthen accountability mechanisms of ESCOM. We propose the establishment of a publicly accessible oversight mechanism with ESCOM, accountable to the National Treasury, to manage and report on funds derived from tariff increase. BOSA urges NERSA to consider these recommendations and adopt a balanced approach to ESCOM's financial needs while safeguarding South Africa's most vulnerable populations and economic growth potential. Thank you for considering this submission. We are available for further discussion and to provide additional information if required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, BOSA, and for the recommendations. We now move on to the next presenter, which is Renew Consulting. We have the name of Mr. Tommy Diderix. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to the panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and your designation at Renew Consulting for the record.
Tommy Diedericks, owner of Renew Consulting.
Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity again to consult. I was also at Nelspruit earlier the week, and I picked up a few things, so I amended my presentation accordingly to address some of the things that I picked up. So one of the key issues that I heard at Nelspruit was ESCOM spoke about the market elasticity, where they said that basically the market can absorb the increases, and the market has historically did absorb the increases. So one of the things that I would like to pose to ESCOM is it's a bit contradicting to have negotiated pricing agreements and sell market elasticity at the same time. You can't say that people can absorb it, but at the other end you need to give discount to the large customers. And then one of the other things that I would like to pose to ESCOM, something that I don't understand, is there's this amazing opportunity for ESCOM to change. I've seen firsthand that South Africa is on an energy revolution, and there's so many people that do and adopt renewable energy and plans much faster than we would have because of load shedding. So ESCOM has really expedited this, but we've seen that the market itself is very up for renewable energy. However, ESCOM just announced now that with the private power, the IPPs, that they haven't seen as much energy from the IPPs as they thought they would. But I would go very far to almost guarantee Eskom that all of this electricity that they're not seeing from IPPs is electricity that's been installed behind the meter. Because again, you are talking and referring to reduced sales. So the other thing that by looking at the tariffs, I do think that the cost of electricity is unfairly split between many consumers. To give you an indication of what I mean is, I don't know if a lot of you would know, but the cheapest electricity in South Africa is in Sandton. So if you want to purchase the cheapest rate or electricity at the cheapest rate, you can purchase it because Sandton is Eskom Direct. Just down the road at City Power, the electricity is for many of those customers are almost double. And as I said earlier in the week to Eskom, that impact that the municipalities have because of your increase, they also increase. That increase makes the electricity for municipal customers really unaffordable. I do think that that there is a solution. Obviously, the first thing that I strongly believe in is a unified or a single tariff structure across the country for everyone. Not one tariff for everyone, but a single tariff structure. So where you start with your indigent tariffs and work all the way up to what I would call industrial flex for the largest of the large customers. Then for Eskom to focus on renewable energy. There was a lot of talk today about coal sales and so on. In other meetings that we hear, there's a lot of talk about decarbonisation and so on. I work a lot with some of the largest steel manufacturers in the country, and I can tell you that there's not a day or a week that goes by where we are inundated with people wanting to sell electricity to us. However, we are yet to see Eskom there. They are all wanting to sign 20-year deals with your largest consumers to sell electricity to them. And I would pose a 36% increase is just going to expedite that process exponentially. I don't understand why Eskom is not the first person knocking on these doors and say, let's make a plan together. And instead of having NPAs, we have contracts with your large consumers that you can take to the bank and take to government and say, your Mittals and your Cape Gates and your steel manufacturers and your smelters don't have NPAs anymore, but they've got power purchase agreements, the same that all of the people want to sell to them, that would reduce the cost of mining, that would reduce the cost of steel manufacturing and many other aspects. Then collaborate for economic growth. One of the things that I've seen at many of the plants that I've visited, again behind the meter plants, but many of the plants that I've visited, is the inclusion of local community, where they've taken the initiative to ensure that jobs can be created. We know that many municipalities sit with an excess of staff, and Eskom has said a similar thing. But this is the perfect opportunity for them to split off and say, you know what, let's split off and create little by little IPPs that work with our largest customers, because we can never reduce the employment. If we're talking about reducing employment, that doesn't sit right with anybody. But employing people that desperately need it in the townships while moving people away from your state entities to private entities where they will be responsible, I think can help a lot. And then obviously addressing the municipal debt. And my suggestion again for that was on a single tariff structure, if a municipality is behind more than 3 months or 6 months, that every single month Eskom takes the 3% to 4% or whatever is agreed upon largest customers, and they become Eskom Direct and they pay Eskom Direct. Currently there's no penalty for municipalities not paying, so nothing happens to them, and you can't really disconnect them, because if you disconnect them, again you will be impacting those who are paying for the electricity. So we cannot just rubber stamp another tariff increase for Eskom. We need you to do better than just come here and ask for more money. We need you to go back and say, you know what, let's work together and really really start making a difference and looking at what can be done, and so on. One of the things I can tell you, if you put a 36% increase, those who can afford it will definitely go to renewable energies. The banks were a bit slow in load shedding, but they've caught up. So we are going to sit here next year or the year after that, and you are going to be stuck with only the people that's not paying for electricity. So if you don't work with us and come up with much better plans than just increase and having very long, confusing things that most of the public, sometimes even myself, don't understand, and we hear this and that, but all we see and all we feel is the impact of the tariff increases on us. So yeah, I would really like Eskom themselves to say, you know what, we can't increase the tariff with this much, let's look at it new. Or on the other hand, not be surprised if they get the increase, if they start losing the customers that do pay at an even more exponential rate. So I'm making this available. I'm just again putting the tariffs that different municipalities pay so that people can have a look at that on their own time. I don't want to take up your time now, but just end up with saying again, if this is the cost in 2027, 2028, at that £4 cost, I can guarantee you almost any customer can put in a renewable energy with battery and with solar or alternatives. It would make Eskom redundant within 2 years or 3 years from now. So yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dieterks, for the presentation. I just want to check if Mr. Mkhize has any question. Thank you, Ms. Zitole. All right. Yes, Mr. Bakula.
Mr. Dieterks, you have a suggestion that the bigger customers must pay directly to Eskom in the municipalities, and as you know, that bigger customers are used to ensure that there's cross subsidies amongst the other customers. How would you say that municipalities then must deal with that loss of that subsidy revenue? Thank you.
Thank you. What I believe is, for example, if we take Sandton as the example, because Sandton is Eskom Direct, many of your big companies like Discovery and everybody else moved to Sandton for that electricity, but they moved away from municipal areas. So I've seen many customers deciding to move away or close down. If you go to city centers, you get all of these empty buildings. And a big portion or a big motivation behind that is the disparity between municipal tariffs and Eskom tariffs. So I believe that if the municipalities would not want to make that money on electricity, but rather on rates and taxes of the people that move back into the city, I think they will be able to offset it. But they, within themselves, become uncompetitive. So that I think that they can attract more people that pays rates and taxes. So I think I hope that answers, or
All right, thank you very much for your presentation and for the response that you have provided. I'm hoping that you could share your presentation with the NERSA staff so that we can see some of the analysis you have done with regards to how much municipalities pay Eskom.
Okay, I would.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We now move on to take another presentation from Limpopo Community Safety Forum. We have the name of Jeffrey Masuta. All right. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to the panel is the truth and the whole truth?
And though so fanela. Ya ayi basungomangana nne ndi yamba nga lwa hashu.
Ndoleboha, may I please request that you state your name and your position at Limpopo Community Safety Forum for the record.
Ya ndi Sadamu Jeffrey wa Masutha ubva kha structure zwo yaho ngo fhambanana nda dovha nda kha Community Safety Forum pano Limpopo ndi chairperson wa Community Safety Forum pa Makhado municipality.
Yes, you may proceed with your presentation.
Ya kha presentation ine nda khou kuinekedza ndi ya uri rine vhashai vha vhashai ri khou lwa na u gonyiswa ha muḓagasi tshifhinga tshoṱhe ngauri musi vhavha vha tou tendela Eskom i tshi gonyisa muḓagasi ngo tou rali zwi vha zwi khou ri vhaisa rine ri khou dzula kha dzi rural area like Volivubu kana huṅwe fhethu zwi vha zwi khou ri vhulaya kha uri ri tshi yo renga muḓagasi kana ndi khou renga muḓagasi wa R100 tharifi dzashu dza Eskom dzi vha dzi khou tsa zwa sala uri musi ro rali kana sa vhathu vha vhaholefhali na vhaṅwe vhathu ri sala ri tsha kona u tou swikelela zwavhuḓi u renga muḓagasi nga nḓila dzo teaho. Zwino nda ndi tshi khou ri zwene vha khou tea u tou ṱuwa nazwo ndi zwa uri hezwi zwo gonyiswa masheleni a muḓagasi nga matshelede manzhi nga Eskom ri khou humbela uri NERSA kha izwi hani ngori Eskom i khou ri tambudza na rine vhashai the poor of the poorest ri khou tambula nga nṱhani ha Eskom ene vha i khou gonyisa muḓagasi songo thoma ya consulta vhathu. Zwino ndi tshi dovha ndi ri na zwifhingani zwiḓaho musi NERSA i tshi khou vhidza public hearings kha vha dovhe vha zame uri vha sa tou ḓa fhano dzi ḓoroboni fhedzi vha ye na kha dzi rural areas dzo no nga haningei vho Venḓa kana vho Sekhukhuni u itela uri na rine ri nda khou tambula nga muḓagasi vha kone u tou ri pfhesa nga maanḓa uri ri khou tambulisani mara ndi tshi khou amba fhungo ḽa uri muḓagasi u khou ḓuresa a ri khou tendelana nazwo uri electricity heyi i gonye nga u tou rali ri wane i tshi khou gonya tshifhinga tshoṱhe u tshi khou renga muḓagasi wa R100 u tshi hora mundende wa wana uri a u fhedzi na vhege kana na vhege na maḓuvha mararu. Zwino ra khou tou humbela uri u songo gonya muḓagasi hu ṱhogomelwa rine vhasiwana hu ṱhogomelwa vhaholefhali hu ṱhogomelwa muṅwe na muṅwe ane anga vha khou kona u tshila sa muthu zwawe. Ndi tshi khou dovha nda tou ambedzela na kha zwithu zwo no tonga zwa mimasipala na hanefho kha mimasipala nahone miḓagasi ya hone ndi tshi khou amba ndi khou renga kha muḓagasi wa mimasipala no nga vho Musina nga 50 rand muḓagasi kone ku tou funga only one day kwa vha ko tsima. Zwino ri tshi khou ri kha u konadzea uri muḓagasi u sa tou gonyisiwa Eskom i songo tendeliwa tshifhinga tshoṱhe i sokou gonyisela zwithu a i khou londa zwithu zwayo ndaa ndo fhedza.
Thank you very much for your time. That we had the messages that we must reject and you don't afford. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
right. We now proceed to the next presenter, being Hands of Hope. We've got the name of Margaret Mukoka.
Good day.
Okay, may you please raise your right hand, sis? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to the panel is the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Please state your name and your designation at Hands of Hope.
My name is Margaret Mukoka. I'm a mobilizer in Hands of Hope organization.
Thank you very much. You may start with your presentation.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Mukoka. I'm from Lephalale, from Waterberg Environmental Forum, which was established around 2011. The forum consists of community-based organization faith-based organizations and other formations in Lephalale, we would like to object the ESCOM 6 multi-year price determination revenue for the following reasons. Reason number 1, opposition for tariff increase. Electricity prices are exorbitantly high and are a significant burden on our communities, with many households unable to afford the current rates. Further tariff increase would only intensify the issue, forcing people to resort to unsafe alternatives like paraffin, wood, coal, and candles. Without affordable electricity, many households cannot meet their basic energy needs, which undermines their quality of life safety. Point number 2, public participation and awareness. One-day public participation is not sufficient to allow meaningful engagement. Would like ESCOM to at least have more or 3 or 5 participations in Limpopo only. The information about the public hearings are not reaching all community effectively, especially those communities that are based in deep rural areas and around Lephalale. There should be a multiple sessions across the province so that all affected people can participate on their behalf. Point number 3 is infrastructure and affordability concern. The justification of increased tariff is unclear when there is a lack of effective infrastructure and management. We as the community continue to experience disruption and infrastructure issues, such as in Lephalale right now, 5 o'clock in the morning until 7 o'clock, there is no electricity. 5 o'clock in the afternoon until 7 o'clock in the afternoon, there is no electricity. It's no longer load shedding, it's called load reduction. And when the power cut off, when it comes back, the units are more reduced. We don't know the cause of that. We tried to ask ESCOM the side. They said the population of Marapong is too much in Lephalale. That is why we are saying they must try to make inputs in the infrastructure that they have done in Marapong. On point number 4, basic electricity, free basic electricity. Implementing free basic electricity is important to ensure energy access for low-income households. As people, we are not getting the free basic electricity as we should. The implementation is bad. We need it to help alternative the financial burden. There was this thing, they came to Marapong, they asked for old age people to apply for free basic electricity. They did apply for that. They only get it 2 months, 3 months, then it stopped. Some of the people, they cannot afford electricity. We have high rate of unemployment in Lephalale. We have high rate of unemployment in the whole country in South Africa. Number 5, health and environmental impact power stations. Power stations, e.g. Matimba and Midupi in Lephalale contribute to air pollution, failing to comply with their minimum emission standards, which has serious health consequences for us as the communities. Residents report conditions such as asthma. Some they have ear problems, some they have eyes problem. Even TB, high rate of TB is high, and other respiratory issues due to pollutant from the fired coal plant. Point number 3, promoting of renewable energy and environmental sustainability. We need ESCOM to transition to the renewable energy source such as solar in Lephalale to reduce the environmental impact and promoting the sustainability is all agent needs to the transition towards renewable energy source such as solar powers. Lephalale is immersed with renewable energy is immersed with renewable energy potential. ESCOM should stop relying on coal, which has detrimental effects to health of the people and the environment. The transition can provide safer, cleaner energy solutions to help mitigate health risk associated with coal-based electricity production. So in conclusion, I would like to say a sustainable energy supply strategy is crucial for the area impacted with high tariffs, high risk of health, environmental deterioration like our communities in Lephalale, prioritizing renewable energy, improving participation, implementing free basic electricity properly, and addressing infrastructure challenges is important to ensure affordable and reliable energy access for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't think is there any question, Mr. Mkis? Okay, please proceed.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would just like to know what was the reason for only going for 2 months, or maybe the reason provided for going for 2 months for free basic energy and then stopping it. And then if you've got any concrete suggestion how then the implementation can be improved.
Okay, we did follow up, then they said they must go to the municipality to apply again. They went and applied, but still there are no changes. They are not getting that free basic electricity.
Okay, thank you very much for the response. I think that is noted, and some of those things, obviously from our side, we just monitor, just the implementation and where we need to come up with the FBE rate for municipalities to pay back ESCOM and all of the, for ESCOM to get the money that it has provided for FBE. But it is something that, to the extent that NERSA could engage the municipality and even ESCOM, NERSA may also just visit Lephalale just so that they can understand some of the issues, including the issues pertaining to infrastructure constraints that you have spoken about from the community of Lephalale. So there are people from NERSA that can actually attend to those things from the technical side of the NERSA as well as the dispute resolution. Those are people that are our faces in terms of dealing with communities and issues affecting the communities and then bring them back to NERSA. And if you have any other information that you would like NERSA to take into account with regards to electricity issues in Lephalale, we do have the 2 ladies that are sitting at the back. It's Amanda Mtembu as well as Vuyelwa Poswa. They are sitting right there at the back. You can please speak to them. They may also make some arrangements to visit the area of Lephalale. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we now move on to take another presentation from the member of the public, and we have the name of Kidiboni Mabula.
Good day.
Ibang emahanyane ne ke kopa o bolelle mo mic isego dimonyana. Okay. All right. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to provide to the panel is the truth and the whole truth, and try to lift up this and don't be scared, relax and say what you want to say?
I do.
Teta Wamo.
I do.
All right. Please state your name and your designation in the constituency or community that you are representing today.
I'm Kidiboni Miriam Mabula, under the organization called Majuba Young Girls.
Majuba Young Girls?
Yeah. Yes, in Lephalale, from Lephalale.
Oh, Lephalale?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You may then start with your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Today I'm representing my community, myself and my organization. I am requesting to ESCOM to reconsider the decision on increasing the electricity. People won't be able to afford the electricity because in Nepal we have a higher rate of unemployment. So how will people be able to afford to buy electricity? They are now, as we speak, living with the electricity of 100 rand or 50 rand, and some are depending on old age grant, children grant, and years back, ESCOM promised pensioners that each household, depending on old age grant, will receive free electricity when they buy electricity on the 1st of each month, but only on the 1st of each month. When they buy electricity on the 1st of each month, but only few people are getting the electricity. Others got it once and it stopped. So I'm requesting on free basic electricity to be compulsory to all households in all provinces. Electricity is no longer affordable to all. This will also increase the rate of crime because people won't be able to pay for electricity and live in the dark. Criminals will see a way or gap of doing their criminal activities. As I'm closing, I'm proposing that in future, before making such decisions, ESCOM must go to the communities and ask community leaders to call their community members so that they can address issues like this and hear people's views. That will give them a fair chance. Because not all people will be able to travel to Polokwane to speak about their feelings or views regarding an increase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why are you talking eska tsoga a ke re tshwantsana o bue the views tsa gago kere and o represent the community ya gago very strongly how put your views so that le rona re utlwe sentle akere and then the ESCOM gona go utlwisisa akere the issues tsa lona that affect you as a community ya go Lephalale akere say o ska bua ka go tsoga akere so thank you very much for your time. We appreciate the views that you have stated and the fact that you insisting on the consultation of the communities. Yes, NERSA has its role in terms of the consultations. Saturday are NERSA's consultations, but that does not take away the suppliers of electricity, which is ESCOM and municipalities, to speak directly to their customers and also to listen to the challenges that are facing their customers, even before we actually come here today and consult communities. But they should have that close relationship, have their customer care divisions talking to customers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have another presenter. This is the presentation from Action SA. We have the name of Victor Motemela. All right, thank you very much. May you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly declare that the evidence you're going to provide to the panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and your designation at Action SA.
I'm Victor Motemela, the Provincial Chairperson of Action SA in Limpopo.
Thank you. You may start with your presentation.
Chairperson, ESCOM has seen constant increased electricity tariffs over the past decade with devastating consequences for our economy. These increases have resulted in a cumulative tariff increase of over 200% since 2013. The proposed tariff increase will force many residents to choose between basic necessities like food and electricity. Small businesses and entrepreneurs will struggle to absorb the increased cost, leading to job losses and economic stagnation. It will increase crime. The lack of street lighting and electricity will create an environment conducive to crime. As Action SA, we believe that energy is a fundamental human right. Every citizen deserves access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. The National Energy Regulator Act 2004, Act number 40 of 2004, mandates NERSA to ensure that electricity prices are reasonable and affordable. We would like to express our concern regarding the proposed 40% tariff increase. While we understand that there's a need for adjustment to ensure the sustainability of the electricity supply, we find it challenging to justify such a significant increase. Particularly, we would like to highlight that government employees have not received a salary increase of 40% in the past 2 to 3 decades. This raises questions about fairness and equity of imposing such a higher tariff hike on consumers, many of whom are already struggling to make ends meet. Unless the exceptional circumstances, such as significant salary increase received by NERSA and ESCOM employees, which could potentially justify this increase, we believe a more significant approach is necessary. It was publicly mentioned by the former Premier of Limpopo, Maranastan Matabata, that municipalities in Limpopo owes ESCOM, not the ordinary citizen of Limpopo. We request that NERSA reject ESCOM proposed 40% tariff increase. NERSA needs to understand that holding public hearings in the air-conditioned venues in urban centers may not effectively capture the concerns and sentiments of those most impacted. Many of these community members face significant financial constraints, making it difficult for them to afford transportation to attend hearings in urban areas. By making the public hearings directly to the affected villages, we can ensure that their voices are heard and their concerns are adequately addressed. This approach
will facilitate a more inclusive and representative consultation process, ultimately leading to a more informed decision-making process. Develop a comprehensive energy plan that prioritizes renewable energy, energy efficiency, and affordability. In conclusion, Chairperson, we urge NERSA to reject ESCOM's proposed 40% electricity tariff increase and instead explore alternative solutions that prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable members of our society. Chairperson, if indeed ESCOM needs to increase the 40% tariffing, why then they don't cut the middleman who is municipalities in this regard and sell their power or electricity straight to the communities of South Africa? I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Action SA. I don't see any hands from the members of the panel. It seems the message is very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the last presenter. We now have to give ESCOM the opportunity to respond to the issues raised by communities, issues of affordability, issues of also consultations apart from NERSA's consultations, so that you also maintain a close contact with the communities and also apprise them about anything that, including these increases, so that they understand this. Also, with respect to reliable electricity supply, issues of infrastructure, to the extent that you are also participating in certain communities to operate distribution facilities in those areas. If you can kindly respond to all of the issues raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. You know, we've been around the country. This is, I think, our 5th or the 6th province, and the theme has been exactly the same. You know, there are many, many communities, many people that are being impacted not only by the price of electricity, but generally a situation that is peculiar to our country, and we note that. But our intention is to just provide NERSA with an opportunity to understand what it is that we require, and then it would be NERSA that would make the final decision. So we do understand and we do sympathize with the challenges as far as affordability go, and you know, we are not in a position to provide a solution. This is a country situation, and I do find it interesting that there are many political parties that are presenting, and I think, you know, they are probably also more well positioned to deal with it in the various national, provincial, local, etc. forums that they participate in. So I think this is something that we all have to work towards. ESCOM will contribute in any way that it can, but this is a country situation that we need to get addressed. And this is not only the first year that we are experiencing this. This happens every time that we go on public hearing. So it is a very concerning situation, and we wish that we could assist in any way further. But just to get into a little bit more details, you know, it is also not a good situation, and we have shown the graph about the free basic electricity not being given to those that actually need it and are entitled to it. And we hear today, I think, more details than we've heard in other provinces, that people used to get it and then they suddenly don't get it anymore. And this is an absolute municipal municipal requirements. So only the municipalities have the power of declaring who can be identified as indigent and therefore who is entitled to the free basic electricity. So we do urge, there are many leaders in this meeting here that can take on this cause, at least to try and get various people listed and also to persist to make sure that people do get what they're entitled to. If you just look at what the value of that can be, if you talk about 50 kilowatt hours and it's an average of between 2 rands and 3 rands per kilowatt hour, depending where you get your supply from, it's like worth about 150 rands. So I think that is a significant amount of value that families could benefit from. And it is very sad, but all of us need to put some kind of a concerted effort to make that happen. And I think also, the ESCOM customers do also receive further subsidies from the NERSA process, and maybe municipalities could also do that. And again, it is concerning that various municipalities have different processes. For example, in Cape Town, we heard that depending on the value of your house, you will be entitled or not entitled. So as the last speaker mentioned, that there must be some kind of consistency as far as this is concerned. That would be another idea as well. But I think someone did mention that, we all have to make this a priority, and I think ESCOM will be committed to work with any other organization that will start some kind of a consistent approach as far as this is concerned. And I do take note of the Lephalale load limiting, and we will give that back to our region. I'm not sure if there's anybody here from the region, but we will also communicate with NERSA as to why that is happening and what it can be done and what is the time frame, because usually it needs to be an upgrade in infrastructure, and then that would also require a time frame as far as that is concerned. And I think that one speaker did make an important point about consulting with communities before we make a revenue application. We do consult with communities, but it's more on trying to deal with like infrastructure issues and fault issues, etc. But this is something that we could include on the agenda and get some feedback before we actually decide on what our application should look like. So I think that's a good learning point for us, and we do take that on board. And I think the speaker from BOSA did mention the Stats SA report, which we've also referred to, and again, it's got a lot of information even at a provincial level, and it's lovely to do these kinds of reports, but we wish that there would be some response as far as trying to deal with the affordability issue and the free basic electricity issue at each of the provinces. But I think I just want to end with again the BOSA representative making a point that he wants NERSA to listen to what everybody is saying and the input, and that is the purpose of this public hearing, and balance the various requirements, because our role is to try and make sure that we can provide the electricity. Now, we do find ourselves in a difficult situation where we have to ask for this increase, but we are sympathetic that we do not think that it should be blanketly applied to all of the consumer groupings. There needs to be differentiations. There are vulnerable groups that need protection, but we feel that NERSA will consider this when it makes its final decision. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much to ESCOM for the response and the undertakings that they have just made in improving their own processes and making sure that they come closer to communities, even on issues of potential price increases, so that they can hear directly from the communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of this sitting today. We would like to thank everybody who came to listen to the presenters and the discussions that took place. We also want to thank the presenters that also came here today to present to NERSA, information, their views, the evidence that they have, so that NERSA can be in a position to take all of those views into consideration when we make a decision. And that will actually assist us in ensuring that we undertake our due diligence quite strongly and extensively, and make sure that we also get back to ESCOM and give them the opportunity to respond to some of the issues that have been raised by stakeholders. We now would like to thank the interpretation services and all of the people that assisted with that. Thank the ladies that have been assisting with sign language. Thank all of the people that assisted with the logistics to ensure that this gathering will go on smoothly today. Thank the NERSA staff in particular for organizing this public hearing at this big venue, and also the members of the energy regulator that managed to come here today and hear for themselves and get clarity on the issues, so that by the time we get to the decision making, at least everybody is clear. Thank you very much. The next hearing will be in Klerksdorp on Monday. We are still continuing with the hearings. Hope to see some of you there. The hearing is now adjourned. Thank you.
Amount of these poor performing stations. The priority stations that were identified, initially there were 6, and then we added a further 2, was Tutuka, Duva, Majuba, Matla, Kendall, Arnott and Creel. And when you look at these stations as we speak today, on all these stations we've actually seen this turnaround. Kusile, which was initially in this deck of priority 8 stations, was removed. And when you really look at Kusile's performance after the reintegration of the temporary stacks, the performance is way above 70%. We then had to also then focus on the successful execution of Kuburg. Kuburg was undergoing some new changes in terms of the upgrades. It was a new experience, and you'll see all those indicators on the left-hand side are actually marked green, which means we actually delivered on those specific KPIs. Critical to the success is we had to source some of the external specialized skills. Many of them had left the company as well as the country, and we then went on to a process of bringing some of those critical skills to help the business recover. When we set up for success, the intention was to recover 6,000 megawatts over the 3 years, and this was then, I think, specifically identified. We then went on to actually set up, and we said that we would then move from a base of about 54% energy availability factor to around 65%. I think it's very critical when we talk about the energy availability factor. At a point in time, one could end up having a high energy availability factor, but what we have to acknowledge that we measure the system performance, which is the average over the year. So even in terms of our application, when we put in our application, we had to consider these 2 elements. So the 65 that you see there was actually in that month, and we delivered that in that month, and the plan is to then sustain it and move then to the aspiration of 70%. The difference between the 70% and what's in the application is that board set the EXCO a stretch target to ensure that we could actually deliver and get the system into adequate mode. We then successfully executed Koeberg, ensured that the performance at Medupi was sustained. Start to embed the principles of operational excellence, continue to address the skills gap. Units 1, 2, and 3, which actually contributed close to 4% in terms of breakdowns at Kusile. You can imagine we had 3 units delivering 800 megawatts that had to be off because of a problem in the stack, but we returned those units. We then also synchronized Kusile 5, and what's critical, and you'll see that also in the application, is we had to make a conscious decision. Around November last year, this time, we were experiencing stage 6 load shedding, right? That's pretty much 6,000 megawatts that we had to remove from the system. And it didn't make sense when one looked at the 2035 strategy. The plan was then to shut down the coal-fired power stations. And the main reason behind that, there was an expectation in terms of the IRP 2019 that new capacity would come on board. What then happened is when one reflected, the new capacity was not coming on board. We then made a conscious decision, the board made a conscious decision to continue to run the fleet. These were units at Grootvlei, Hendrina, and Camden. There were 17 units that we continued to operate. That's the plan, to run them until 2030. And importantly, in running them to 2030, there's no compromise. It's financially the best decision to make right now, considering there's no new capacity. In terms of environmental breaches, there's no environmental breaches. And in terms of engineering, you've got the megawatts on the bar. Any reason why you're doing that? Thank you very much. Can you put this on? Duplicate. Thank you very much. So we and that has also had an impact in terms of the application, most specifically around the fuel oil, as well as in terms of requirement of coal. Moving into this phase, in terms of the last phase, the plan then is to, and we are on track to recover the balance to make up the 6,000 megawatts. The objective is that in this coming year, there's going to be a further 2,500 that would be added to the capacity. Koeberg's going through its major refurbishment, Koeberg Unit 2. We then have Medupi 4 that will come back into the system towards the end of March, April. And then lastly, we'll have Kusile 6 that will be synchronized into the system. This, once again, I think, to the economy and to growth will contribute to having this additional capacity, giving the ESCOM business this extra capacity so that we could focus on doing more maintenance. So once again, as I said, just highlighting, if you look at May 2023, we were sitting with 18,000 megawatts in breakdowns. And when you look at, there were times when we had actually moved between stages 2 to stages 6 in the last year. But in the last 8 months, I think what's important is we've been able to recover. And I think once again, in this recovery, the key contributions is around having good leadership stability, having the right leaders. We had actually moved experienced personnel into the power station. Some of them, it was tough decisions in terms of moving them to the power station so that we could get this recovery. This is just another view, but what I want to highlight is to say that at one stage last year we were sitting with available capacity of 20,000, but as you look at it now, year to date, you're sitting with close to 30,000 available, which actually bodes well for the system. And the summer plan that we presented to the public gives comfort that if we can keep breakdowns to below 13,000, we will not have load shedding. However, we do cater for diesel usage, and what we do cater for is that 6%, because it allows for, in the cases of us needing this diesel during peak, that's morning and evening, that resource is available. So once again, I think just in terms of the EAF, I think these are the various scenarios, and the scenarios are based on history. The history, I think, informs us as how do we move forward. And I think in terms of previous hearings, we've acknowledged that we've been overly optimistic. We basically overpromised and underdelivered. So when we looked at the scenarios moving forward in this application, we specifically looked at coming from a low base of 54%. As we sit right now, we sit at 63%. So, you're looking at least a 9% gain in energy availability to the business. And in terms of the application, looking at a model, we would grow this at 1%. Having said that, I think the board wants us to be more aggressive, and there's support to do that. And that's why when you look at the recovery plan, you would see 70%. What does this mean? So what I've done is to show the summer outlook last year on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, as you see, from the 26th of March this year, we've had no load shedding. I think this has been good for the country. It's been good for the morale of the country. And what this means is, I think it bodes well for the positive growth in terms of the economy. We'd continue to do that. I think when you really look at the Eskom business, I see it as the oxygen of the bloodstream, and you need electricity and energy to actually stimulate the business. This is then giving you once again the issues around month on month with regards to diesel usage, and the 15.6 billion rand year-on-year saving, I think, is good. If you compare it to previous years, this is a 67% savings in terms of comparing this to last year this time. This is once again just giving you a bit more detail. I did speak about the 2,500 that we're expecting. And once again, I want to show and highlight that these are, not motherhood statements as such. These are real plans. Behind these plans, senior managers are held accountable to deliver. So you'll see that, there's Kuberg, there's Kusile 6 and Medupi 4. These are the dates the team has actually committed. We do appreciate, as we're moving into this program, there are some inherent risks, but the team is actually managing that. So the 2,500 is what will come into the system. So the 2,500 will come into the system. So just building back in terms of, I think, the queries we've had in the past hearings around the fuel oil volumes. I think we've specifically in this slide want to highlight the cost, and we want to highlight the volumes. And you will see that in terms of the actual application compared to the actual FY25 application, it was, a reduced amount. But having said that, when you really look at the forecast and the decision to continue running those stations to 2030, the impact would be requiring more fuel oil. So you'll see that jump in 64%. But looking at the forecast of FY25 against FY26, it's a 9% jump. And similarly, when you look at volumes, there's a 72% increase. And then between FY25 and 26, it's a 5% jump. So highlighting that by keeping those 17 units, it's contributing to the positive impact on energy availability, but more importantly, it contributes to having this capacity. And I think what's critical, and some of you may have heard this yesterday, is that you have this variance of potentially 4,000 megawatts. And then you also have the sun and the wind. So when there's no sun and then there's no wind, you don't get those resources being generated from PV and from wind. So this now gives us this opportunity to build a system, have this capacity, do more maintenance, and then in doing that, we actually get reliability into the system. Lastly, I think I just want to highlight, I did give it to you in another slide, is that when you look at the OCGTs, the diesel, in terms of the forecast, what's planned for in the application is a 6%. If you have to actually bring it down to understanding it, it's approximately 1.5 hours per day, and this will only be used mostly during peak. The EAF, we will improve that from 63 to 65 in this period of the application, 1% per year, and we are hoping to see a significant increase in IPPs moving forward from 2026. Chair, I think that was my last. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rick. Okay, right. Whilst ESCOM is trying to see who is going to come forward for the response to the questions that may come from the members, I would like to indicate that we do have translation services or interpretation services. The channels are as follows. We have on channel 1 we have English, channel 2 we have Afrikaans, and channel 3 we have isiZulu. So if you wish to make use of the interpretation services, please try to get the headphones at the back so that you can be able to follow the discussions. At this point, I would like to invite the members of the energy regulator. We received some new information today that I think it will be useful to interrogate and get some clear understanding of that information. I would like to start off with Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Mkhize.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the presenters from ESCOM. Excuse me. I note that you indicated that good leadership, experienced technical people assisted with the recovery. I don't want to mention the opposite of that, but how then do we discount for the opposite of this that resulted in poor performance in terms of now not passing that through to the consumer? I know that can sound as a challenge, because when you improve your performance, that is congratulated, and I think it is in order also to congratulate you that we are now going to approaching day 240 without load shedding. That is to be applauded, but we are getting here now. We could have not been here to start off with. And how then do you discount that? I'm saying that, for example, you're saying that there's 15.16% savings on diesel, and you are talking of the 11 gigawatt, but we could go even below that. How do you discount for that? And then in terms of sales, I'm not seeing an explicit inclusion of your lack of reliable supply, discouraging new customers to come to the fore. The issue of price elasticity has been spoken about, for a long time. I don't see that coming out very clear, and I think it is important to reflect on that. Even with the OCGT sitting at 6%, what is the percentage that is, so that people can understand, the public, that is actually where it should be sitting? If you've got an EAF, that goes to 70, what does it mean? We've spoken about this thing in other public hearings to say be consistent in terms of what that would mean with respect to other parameters. In other words, having parameters that are consistent. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhize. Mr. Pugula? Okay, thank you very much. Advocate Sitole?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the presenters. Just one point of clarity. On slide 27, on the recovery plan, you indicated that, or it is indicated that the breakdown, if it's kept below 13,000, it will mitigate the load shedding. I did not see the time frame, but I'm just hoping that in the plan there is a planned time frame as to when we can achieve this. And if not, it can be included in the written submission that ESCOM can provide us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Simon?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and thank you to the ESCOM team. From my side, now that the GM for generation is here, I'll just repeat my questions I asked on day one. Even if it's information you can send us, because I understand that you are also traveling just like we do. I did ask that, must I pause? Must I pause, Ofundi?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can also hear the noise, but everything is still under control. There's no issues. The only thing that we need to do, we just need to adjourn now and then see how the members of the public that are outside can be accommodated to the extent that they may want to get inside. And I think the venue is quite small. So we'll see how that can be handled. Otherwise, everything is still under control. We will adjourn for 10 minutes and then we'll resume. Thank you very much. must sit down.
Thank you. Amanda! Awethu lengane. Lemhlangano aqhubeki. Asimasa sithola indawo inkulu ngeke siwazi ukuqhubeka nemhlangano la. Le public hearing sibaningi ngaphandle. Sibaningi sebesayiniwe ukuthi siyavulela ukuthi sifike nemthetho yethu la. So lalela. Imake bazoyize bayazama onke amandla ulungisa indawo. Masibathola indawo sizoqhubeka. I-Eskom ikhona izokuqala ngaphansi futhi. Ngeke wazi ukuqhubeka ngale mhlangano kanti akekho abantu. Iyona ke sidingwa ngayo ukuthi kufanele balelele kahle nabantu banenkinga ngalokho le ugesi. So we do have a problem. We are wanting to solve it. We have told them that they cannot proceed without getting a venue. So the venue must be bigger. Eskom must start presenting from scratch. We are here.
Amandla.
Okay, Amanda.
Amandla. Phansi ngokuhlukunyezwa phansi. Phansi ngokucindezelwa kwamalungelo abantu phansi. Bafethu umhlangano awuzoqhubeka. Into esicelayo ngoba baningi abantu abangaphandle. Socela ukuthi uNelsa usitholele indawo ezokwazi ukusimumatha sonke. Ngoba it's a public meeting angithi. Hayi individuals. Asikwazi kuba kuyihole encane kanje bese kuthiwa iKZN izonela la. So sicela indawo enkulu kunale ukuze bonke abantu bezongena ngaphakathi. Inqwaba abantu abala ngaphandle. So esicelayo ke ma comrade, esicelayo sicela ukuthi siphumeni siye ngaphandle kwaleli bhilidi. Silinde uNelsa asinikeze indawo enkulu bese siyabuya sizongena kuyona. Mandla. So cela ukuthi siphume noma singayo ebambe sithi hall la eminyango beqede bese siyabuya izoqalwa phansi yonke ipresentation ebisiyenzekile. Siyabonga.
Can I take over and address the meeting, please? All right. To the stakeholders, can you please be quiet? As you can see, the disruption, because as I indicated earlier, that a lot of people would like to come inside. Unfortunately, they cannot fit inside. So, and also in terms of managing our time, we won't be able to do so. And we cannot subject ourselves to a situation where we are told by the members of the public that Eskom is going to present again so that they can hear. So we are going to suspend the meeting for today. We will advise as to how we are going to proceed, and we will inform stakeholders as soon as we have resolved this issue. But today there will be no gathering. The meeting is postponed. Thank you very much.
jump that you have there, and the assumption is going to be that it's the maintenance that's going to be on generation. Now, with what you have and the space that you have to maintain the plant, we would need a breakdown of that. I'm sure I don't think you'd be able to give us now, but it's part of what Ms. Masset is requesting, the breakdown of those maintenance costs and what's causing that jump. It can't be that you are going to increase maintenance. There's only 365 days in a year and you can only take out so much. So what is causing that, and how are you going to do that? I'm also going to read out the questions from the members of the public. In fact, really, the question is, in your view, ESCOM, do you think the increase, this increase will influence the economic development, in particular SMMEs? And I think the other part of the question is, what really do you consider to be the contributing factor for ESCOM to be where it is, in as far as its financial status and service delivery? Those are the two questions from the member of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bukula. I do have some questions as well. Maybe I should start with the question pertaining to the cost, employee costs. The customers, industries, are captured. They can't do anything because they will still need electricity. So that is also the other side of the coin that you are implying. But you are also not showing, as of 2020, looking at the level of increase up to now, including this proposed 36%, will the industry still be in a position to absorb this? But also you're not showing, evidence of industries that closed down, small businesses that could not take the price of electricity, investments that could not take place, and also you're not showing other investments where industry had to look at the alternatives so that they reduce their consumption from ESCOM and also look at other alternatives. So it should, and that is information that is in the public domain, but ESCOM does not look into it as evidence that we will also take into consideration. So would like ESCOM to take these issues into consideration when you respond again on the issue of elasticity, which you have not looked into. Thank you very much. If you can respond to those questions. Do you need maybe 5 minutes for caucus? Okay, thank you very much. Yes, we can. Shall we give ESCOM 10 minutes? We can take a sort of a break. You showed me that you want to smoke. seats so that we can get a response from ESCOM. Please try to get the other stakeholders that are outside so that we can resume the hearing. Let us know when you are done. We'll wait for you. All right, thank you. ESCOM, you may come forward, please.
Chair, thank you for an opportunity to respond to the questions that have been put forward to ESCOM. With regards to the issue on the maintenance jump, regarding, assuming that it's mainly generation, there's a request for the breakdown of the maintenance costs and the causes. Chair, we request that we be given permission to submit those in writing to the regulator. With regards to the question on the employee costs, whether or not it includes a ROTEC, that does not include ROTEC, so it's ESCOM Holdings. Then, regarding the question of whether ESCOM would have a problem with the regulator setting an energy availability factor target of 75 as an efficient operator, again, Chair, can we then request that we provide a written submission to the regulator? The question around what caused ESCOM to be in its current financial position, financial state. Actually, our view is that ESCOM has historically not been able to recover its efficient costs, and therefore the costs that we recovered were not efficient, were not reflective of the costs that we've actually incurred, the efficient costs that we've actually incurred. And our view, therefore, is that that is the reason where we find ourselves in a nutshell, where we are from a financial point of view. The question around maintenance, again, prioritizing the aid stations, I will include that. We'll include that in the written response. And then, Chair, I'll request my colleagues to respond to the balance of the question.
Chair, on the question of employee numbers with respect to decreasing sales, I think part of the challenge around the employee numbers is that you need your cost breakdown and your tariff structure needs to be cost reflective. So your transmission and distribution costs, those are fixed costs, and those tariffs needs to appropriately reflect those operational costs and be billed to customers appropriately on that. Those are not energy costs, and at the moment we're running the risk of volumetric
ones, I think the chair has warned me that in the interest of time, when you come back and do your closing remarks, can you respond to them? So the first one is that around March 2024, ESCOM was owed around 74.4 billion rand. The amount has increased. The question really is, why do you think that it is fair to increase electricity rates much higher than CPIX when you have not been able to collect 74.4 billion rand? And why must the public pay for ESCOM's debt or inability to collect its debt? The second
then the second example is an engineering firm in Ekurhuleni. So there's a mini sub outside this engineering firm. They bought a new premises. They are a steel manufacturer and they export their products to all over the world. An amazing company that provides many jobs and many opportunities in the country. And one of the interesting things is when they applied for a bigger connection size, Ekurhuleni came out and they saw there's already a mini sub, there's 500 kVA available, nothing has to be done. The only thing that has to be done is a bigger circuit breaker needs to be installed. And Ekurhuleni said, look, if you supply us with this circuit breaker and pay us 680,000 Rand, you can use more electricity. We did a cost analysis, and at the end of the day, it was cheaper for that company to use the little power that was available as a trickle charger and just install a very big battery and energy system. So by having that very big hurdle for getting into a grid and allowing a municipality to charge absolutely ridiculous fees to get onto the grid, Eskom has indirectly lost that customer for the next 20 years. If that price was more affordable, or if the access was better, then Eskom would have been able to sell electricity to that customer for 20 years, but now, or 30 years, or 40 years, but now that energy consumption is gone forever. So when we look at the current renewable energy market, when we look at large-scale solar can be purchased around about between 80 cents to 1 Rand a kilowatt hour. Now we know that is only in the daytime, and it's only for a certain period of hours that we can generate solar electricity. But at around about 1 Rand a kilowatt hour, that is substantially cheaper than any alternative that there is. Then from around about 2 Rand 50 to 3 Rand 50 per kilowatt hour, stuff like battery storage and so on becomes a real possibility. So in other words, if a tariff of any customer starts creeping over that line, then it becomes worthwhile for them installing larger solar and putting batteries in. And then we had around about 5 Rand, a customer can then start putting in generators and so on for the rest. So at a certain point, what I'm trying to communicate is there is a ceiling price that Eskom or the municipalities can charge because of the reduction in renewable energy costs. So if you continue to increase your costs past the point of the renewable cost, then it's just better and cheaper to put in renewable energy. And if you take into
No, sorry, Chairperson. But I saw for a change, colleagues from the DA were comfortable. They know for a change we are going to speak the same language.
All right, Buti, do you have any objection in taking the oath?
No, Chairperson.
All right, thank you very much. May you please raise your right hand? Do you do you solemnly declare that the evidence you are going to give to the panel is the truth and the whole truth?
I swear I do.
Thank you very much. May you please state your name and your designation at NUMSA?
Pulu Spey Sebotsa. I'm the regional secretary responsible for Mpumalanga province and part of Limpopo.
All right, thank you very much. Now that you have the permission to speak, you can now tell us, then you can start your slogan, say NUMSA if you want to do so that you can walk the path properly. Thank you.
No, Chair, if they start, they won't stop. No, Chair, just few observations before I go to our presentation. Firstly, I was a bit worried that I didn't see political parties, even though I see them here. I didn't see them on the program. When are they going to speak? I don't know. That was the first worry, because I saw they were part of the program in Fontaine. Secondly, why we were brought to such a hot place, Chairperson, and I know it's not your problem. That's just for me completely out of order. With that we need to emphasize. Thirdly, my colleagues from ESCOM, and with ESCOM Chair, some may be NUMSA members without us knowing. So I want to be harsh, but not too harsh. Man, language here, no. These are public hearings. You can't be coming and speak above the people. That I have a serious problem with. I need to I think the only person who heard is from consulting, because he's in your space. These are members of the public. Try to bring down your presentation to their level at all material times. It's just a humble plea, man. But please don't disjoin the union if you are members. But we are just saying, please come to the level of the people. Look, we start by greetings, Chairperson, and revolutionary greetings to the shop stewards and ordinary members and activists of NUMSA. Where the leadership of ESCOM, our understanding was that it was going to be led by Mayor Hasha Totalimaji, but it's led by three esteemed gentlemen actually, who spoke serious English. You guys were speaking English. Leadership from Agri Mpumalanga, who will come after me, the leadership from Lowfell Chamber of Business and Tourism, and the general audience in public. I've seen the DA, I've seen Ahang SA. At some stage, DA was worried when they saw red t-shirt. Is that EFF? It's NUMSA. It's NUMSA. It's NUMSA comrades. So you can relax, man. But I don't see your other GNU partners here who are saying they are the leader of society when society must make submissions. Anyways, that's a debate for another day. Chair, as NUMSA, we are the largest trade union in the country and the continent. Maybe some might not know, but we are the biggest union in this country. We are the biggest union in the continent. We are the biggest union in the southern hemisphere. We actually about the third biggest union in the world. You may want to Google that, but we are a serious union. That's why we participated throughout these public hearings, and other unions, you don't see them. It shows us that we are a union that not only leads workers, but that leads society as well. And I'm more than certain that colleagues from Puma Agri, Kruger, Lowfeld Chamber of Commerce and Tourism will talk more about the high electricity prices on their business chain. But as a militant trade union, we have always believed that not only do we represent our members or the workers, we also represent the unemployed who are dependent on the salaries of our members. I mean, there's been different studies that shows how many one salary supports how many people. Obviously depends on the size of your family. I mean, if the size of your family is Mr. Zuma's family, you may go to like 30, 40 family members. But on average, one salary supports from 5 to 10 members of the family who are unemployed, because we are living in a country where there's so much unemployment. So the impact on when there's closure of companies, it's not only on the face that you see in front of you, it's on those 10, 15 people that you don't see, or 30 for those who are having bigger families that you don't see. So you may think you have retrenched 30 people or 50 people. In essence, you have 500 people are suffering as a result of that retrenchment. Okay, just the impact briefly, Chair, on Mpumalanga in the recent years. Delta EMD here around Nelspruit, there was a closure which key to it was high electricity tariffs. That led to approximately 400 jobs being lost. As Mancrow, Machado Dop works, closure resulted in about 600 workers. Emalachlin, areas around the Highveld. Everest Steel, most people who are from Mpumalanga know we used to have Everest Steel. Everest Steel, we lost 1,800 workers. Venkem, Vanadium, 250 jobs. Recently, and I don't know why my office forgot to put this on my presentation, Transalloys, that's where we were reporting in a recent REC chairperson that Section 189 has been averted at Transalloys in Witbank, where about 300 employees are going to be affected. Transalloys has written to everyone at ESCOM, CEO, the former CEO, the current CEO, the minister, even the new minister who can dance. They wrote to him as well. No, don't laugh. I see ESCOM managers are laughing. You might be caught on camera. But even that minister who dances, they wrote to him. They are presenting to us that we have written to everyone. All our profit, all our revenue goes to electricity. ESCOM is refusing to give us any breaks on tariffs. Then eventually they ended up, because we are obviously a strong union which will represent the workers at all costs, they ended up withdrawing Section 189. But the report that we are receiving recently from our people from Transalloys is that, comrades, we think you should have accepted that Section 189 because at least there was a bit of money that we were going to get in severance package, Chairperson. Now we suspect that even if they were to issue a Section 189, they have not been paying suppliers, they've not been paying so and so and so and so. So the company is about to go to a forced retrenchment that it may not even have enough for Section 189 packages. Then it will end up like a Everest Highveld Steel. This 1.8 workers that I mentioned, they never got their severance packages because the company didn't have money until today. That's why whenever as a union we are trying to persuade, hi comrades, let us try to fight this Section 189 as much as we can. Comrades are always saying, no, we don't want to end up like Everest Highveld Steel, where the company is going to be closed when it has got nothing left to offer for us. We'd rather go and be unemployed at home. At least they've even gone out with some packages and so forth. Beggarsford, Glencoe, we have already spoken. We have not yet spoken about Glencoe. There's another slide coming up. 500 workers losing employment there. Asa Metal, 400 jobs. Mapok Mine, 200 jobs. And ESCOM is talking about reflective tariffs agenda when they want to speak above us with too much English. In essence, ESCOM wants an increase of 446 billion increase in 2026, 495 billion 2027, and a whopping 537 billion in 2028. For ESCOM customers, this will be like 36% increase for 2026, 12 for 2027, 9% for 2028. And for municipal customers, which they did say that most of us, 60% of us, fall there, it will be an increase of 44%, an increase of 3% for 2027, an increase of 11%. And this 3% and 11% obviously lands on a higher base. It's the strategy. ESCOM knows our strategy of negotiating. We always try with a higher increase, 10%, and then say 7, and then we say 5. Because this the 7 is going to land on 10. The 3 is going to land on 17. So that's the impact of what they are requesting. And as a trade union chair, we can confirm we do have members at ESCOM, and we know we might be reminded of our submissions come wage negotiations season. But we have not only a responsibility to our ESCOM members or society, we also have a responsibility to society, because our very ESCOM members are from society. So if these tariffs are going to suffocate society, they are going to suffocate our members at ESCOM. So as the largest trade union in the country, Chair, we completely reject the application of ESCOM. We're already experiencing high job losses, company closures as a result of companies unable to do business in this country, worsened by load shedding, and recently the so-called load reduction. And ESCOM doesn't like to talk about load reduction. There's a load shedding. Load shedding is still continuing. This thing that load shedding is not, no, it's there, but they just gave it a new English. The same way electricity cards, they named it load shedding. That was just electricity cards. There was no electricity. You know, when you are expecting to my mother, she says, "Mutanam, there's no electricity. Man. Don't give it a name." So it's continuing with the load reduction. And the working class and the poor can barely survive the current rates as it is. And more increases will drive our people deep below poverty line and increase the number of the working poor. There was once a coin, Chair, that was coined by Zwelinzi Mavavi, who's now the General Secretary of SAFTU, that you can't have a country that has got many people who are working and those people are poor. They may as well just be not working, you know, maybe rather go do content on social media or something. Instead of waking up and work for electricity, work for food, work for you know, there's nothing left for you, but you are just slaving yourself day in and day out. You might as well not be working. So this electricity increase that ESCOM is seeking is going to create a large pool of the working poor, a large pool of workers who, we spoke about retrenchments, but there's also employers who are unable to give increases genuinely, and there's nothing we can do. Sometimes it makes our members very angry against us as the union leadership. But the employers opening up their books, they're saying, look, our profit is going only to electricity with the current tariffs. So imagine the ones that they are calling for. They will leave